A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Star Wars, Death Star, by Michael Reaves and Steve Perry, 2007. Focusing on Death Star crew members, the novel spans 3 years concluding with the Battle of Yavin. Created and read by the Archivist Publishing. The Death Star's name says it all, with bone-chilling accuracy. It is a virtual world unto itself, equipped with uncanny power for a singularly brutal purpose, to obliterate entire planets in the blink of an eye. Its annihilation of the planet Alderaan, at the merciless command of Grand Moff Tarkin, lives in infamy, and its own ultimate destruction at the hands of Luke Skywalker is the stuff of legend. But what is the whole story, and who are the players behind the creation of this world-killing satellite of doom? The near extermination of the Jedi Order cleared the way for Palpatine, power-hungry senator and Sith Lord, to seize control of the Republic, declare himself emperor, and usher in a fearsome totalitarian regime. But even with the dreaded Darth Vader enforcing Palpatine's sinister will, the threat of rebellion still looms, and the Emperor knows that only abject fear, and the ability to punish dissent with devastating consequences, can ensure his unchallenged control of the galaxy. Enter ambitious and ruthless government official Wilhuff Tarkin, architect of the Emperor's terrifying dream come true. From inception to completion, construction of the unprecedented Death Star is awash in the intrigues, hidden agendas, unexpected revelations, and daring gambits of those involved on every level. The brightest minds and boldest egos, the most ambitious and corrupt, the desperate and the devious, all have a stake in the Death Star and its potential to control the fate of the galaxy. Soldiers and slaves, loyalists and rebels, spies and avengers, the innocent and the evil, all their paths and fates will cross and intertwine as the Death Star moves from its maiden voyage to its final showdown. And a shadowy chapter of Star Wars history is stunningly illuminated in a thrilling, unforgettable adventure. That's no moon. It's a space station. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Part 1. Construction. 1. Flight Deck, Imperial-class Star Destroyer Steel Talon, Polar Orbit, Planet Despair, Horus System, Archivist Sector, Outer Rim Territories. The alert siren screamed, a piercing wail that couldn't be ignored by any being on board with ears and a pulse. It had one thing to say, and it said it loud and clear. Scramble. Lieutenant Commander Villian, Dance, came out of a deep sleep at the blaring alarm, sat up and leapt from his rack to the expanded metal deck of the ready room quarters. Save for the helmet, he already wore his spacesuit. One of the first things an on-call TIE pilot learned to do was sleep in full battle gear. He ran for the door, half a step ahead of the next pilot to awaken. He grabbed his headgear, darted into the hall and turned to the right, then sprinted for the launching bay. It could be a drill. There had been plenty of those lately to keep the pilots on their toes. But maybe this time it wasn't. One could always hope. Vil ran into the assembly area. A-grav on the flight deck was kept at slightly below 1G, so that the pilots, all of whom were human or humanoid, could move a little faster and get to their stations a little sooner. The smell of launch lube was acrid in the cold air, and the pulsing lights painted the area in bright primary flashes. Techs scrambled, getting the TIE fighters to final set for takeoff, while pilots ran toward the craft. Vil noticed that it was just his squad being scrambled. Must not be a big problem, whatever it was. Command always said it didn't matter which unit you got. TIE fighters were all the same, down to the last nut and bolt. But even so, Every pilot had his or her favorite ship. You weren't supposed to personalize them, of course, but there were ways to tell. A scratch here, a scuff mark there. After a while, you got to where you knew which fighter was which, and no matter what command said, some were better than others. A little faster, a little tighter in the turns, the laser cannons a hair quicker to fire when you touch the stud. Vil happened to know that his assigned ship this rotation was Black 11, one of his favorites. Maybe it was pure superstition, but he breathed just a little easier, knowing that particular craft had his name on it this time around. The command officer on deck, Captain Rax Exeter, waved Vil over. "Cap, what's up, another drill?" "Negative, Lieutenant. A group of prisoners somehow managed to take over one of the new Lambda-class shuttles. They're trying to get far enough away to make the jump to hyperspace. That isn't going to happen on my watch. The ID codes and tracking will be in your fighter's computer. Don't let him get away, son." "No, sir." "What about the crew?" Vil knew the shuttles carried only a pilot and co-pilot. "Assume dead. These are bad guys doing this dance, traitors and murderers. That's reason enough to cook 'em. But we do not want them getting away to tell anybody what the Empire is doing out here, do we?" "No, sir." "Go, Lieutenant, go." Vil nodded, not bothering to salute, then turned and ran. As he did, he put his helmet on and locked it into place. The hiss of air into his face was metallic and cool as the suit system went online. It felt very comforting. The vac suit's extreme temp-resistant weave of durasteel and plastoid, along with the polarizing Densicris helmet, were the only things that would protect him from hard vacuum. Suit failure could make a strong man lose consciousness in under 10 seconds and die in under a minute. He'd seen it happen. TIE fighters, in order to save mass, had no defensive shield generators, no hyperdrive capability, and no emergency life support systems. They were thus fragile, but fast, and that was fine with Vil. He'd rather dodge enemy fire than hope it would bounce off. There was no skill in piloting some lumbering chunk of durasteel. Might as well be sitting with your feet up at a turbo laser console back on the ship. Where was the fun in that? The TIE tech had the hatch up on Black 11 as Vil arrived at the gantry above the ship. It was the work of an instant to clamber down and into the fighter's snug cockpit. The hatch came down and hissed shut. Vil touched the power-up stud, and the inside of the TIE, named for the twin ion engines that drove it, lit up. He scanned the controls with a quick and experienced eye. All systems were green. The tech raised his hand in question. Vil waved back. "Go." "Copy that. ST-11, prepare for insertion." Vil felt his lips twitch in annoyance. The Empire was determined to erase all signs of individuality in its pilots, on the absurd theory that nameless, faceless operators were somehow more effective. Thus the classification numbers, the anonymous flight suits and helmets, and the random rotation of spacecraft. The standardizing approach had worked reasonably well in the Clone Wars, but there was one important difference here. Neither Vil nor any other TIE pilot that he knew of was a clone. None of the members of Alpha Squad had any intention of being reduced to automata. If that was what the Empire really wanted, let them use droid pilots and see how well that worked. His musing was interrupted by the small jolt of the cycling rack below the gantry kicking on. Vil's ship began to move toward the launching bay door. He saw the tech slip his own helmet on and lock it down. Already the bay pumps were working full blast, depressurizing the area. By the time the launch doors were open, the air would be cycled. Vil took a deep breath, readying himself for the heavy hand of G-force that would push him back into the seat when the engines hurled him forward. Launch Control's voice crackled in his headphones. "Alpha Squad leader, stand by for launch." "Copy," Vil said. The launch doors pulled back with tantalizing slowness. The hydraulic thrum of their movement made audible by conduction through the floor and Black 11's frame. "You are go for launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, go!" Outside the confines of the Star Destroyer, the vastness of space enveloped Lieutenant Vil Dance as the ion engines pushed the TIE past the last stray wisps of frozen air and into the infinite dark. He grinned. He always did. He couldn't help it. Back where I belong. The flat blackness of space surrounded him. Behind him, he knew, the steel talon was seemingly shrinking as they pulled away from it. Down, and to port, was the curvature of the prison planet. Though they were in polar orbit, Despaire's axial tilt showed more of the night side than day. The dark hemisphere was mostly unrelieved blackness, with a few lonely lights here and there. Vil flicked his comm. Though it came on automatically at launch, a good pilot always toggled it just to be sure. "Alpha Squad, pyramid formation on me as soon as you're clear," he said. "Go to Tactical Channel 5, that's TAC 5er, and log in." Vil switched his own comm channel to 5. It was a lower-powered band with a shorter range. But that was the point. You didn't want the enemy overhearing you. And in some cases, it wasn't a good idea for the comm officer monitoring you back on the base ship to be privy to conversations either. They tended to be a bit more informal than the Empire liked. There came a chorus of, "Copy, Alpha Leader," from the other 11 pilots in his squad as they switched over to the new channel. It took only a few seconds for the last fighter to launch, and only a few more for the squad to form behind Vil. "What's the drill, Vil?" That from Benjo, a.k.a. ST-12, his second-in-command and right panel man. "Alpha Squadron, we have a Lambda-class shuttle captured by prisoners. They are running for hyper. Either they give up and come back, or we dust them." "Lambda-class? That's one of the new ones, right? They have any guns?" Vil sighed. That was Rar Aniel, a Corellian like Vil himself, but not somebody you'd want to hold up as a prime example of the human species. "Don't you bother to read the boards at all, Aniel?" "I was just about to do that, sir, when the alarm went off. Was looking right at 'em. Had the latest notices right in my hand, sir." The other pilots laughed, and even Vil had to grin. Aniel was a foul-up everywhere except in the cockpit, but he was a good enough pilot that Vil was willing to give him some slice. His sensor screen pinged, giving him an image of their quarry. He altered course to intercept. "Anybody else behind on his homework? Listen up," he said. "The Lambda-class shuttle is 20 meters long, has a top speed of 1400 G, a Class 1 hyperdrive, and can carry 20 troops in full battle gear. Probably a couple more convicts in civvies. The ship carries 3 double-blaster cannons and 2 double laser cannons. It can't accelerate worth a weep, and it turns slower than a comet, but if you get in its sights, it can blow you to itty-bitty pieces. It would be embarrassing to have to inform your family you got shot apart by a shuttle, so stay alert." There came another chorus of acknowledgments. "Copy, sir. Yes, sir. No sweat." "Aniel, I didn't hear your response." "Oh, sorry, sir. I was taking a little nap. What was the question?" Before the squad commander could reply, the shuttle suddenly loomed ahead. It was running as silently as possible with no lights, but as its orbit brought it across the Terminator and out of Despaire's night side, the sunlight struck rays from its hull. "There's our target, 4 kilometers dead ahead. I want a fast flyby so they can see us, and then I want a fountain pattern dispersal and loop, 2 clicks minimum distance and bracket 1, 4, 4, and 2. You know who you are. I'll move in close and have a word with whoever they have flying the stolen spacecraft." Benjo. "Oh, Lieutenant, come on. Let us have a shot, too." "Negative. If you had a clue about the vessel, I might, but since you're just as likely to shoot each other as the quarry, you'll hold the bracket." More acknowledgments, but without much enthusiasm. He couldn't blame his squad. They hadn't had any action except drills since they'd been assigned to this project. But his secondary goal was to bring all his men back alive. The primary, of course, was to accomplish their mission. He didn't need a squad for this. Any fighter pilot worth his spit should be able to deal with a lumbering shuttle, even one with the new vehicle smell still in it. The Lambda's Delta V wasn't all that efficient, but with constant drive it could get above the solar plane and far enough out of the planet's gravity well to engage its hyperdrive fairly soon. And once it was in the chute, they'd never find it. But that wasn't going to happen. The pyramid-shaped formation zipped past the fleeing shuttle, close enough for Vil to see the pilot sitting in the command seat. He didn't look surprised, of course. He would have seen them coming on the sensors. But he couldn't outrun them, couldn't dodge, and no way could he take out a full squad of TIE fighters, even if he was the best gunner who'd ever lived, not in that boat. And anyway, Vil wasn't going to give him the opportunity to try. The squad flowered into the dispersal maneuver as ordered, looping out and away to their assigned positions, angled pressor beams in their arrays providing maneuverability. Vil pulled a high G-tight turn and came around to parallel the shuttle a few hundred meters away, slightly above it. He watched the wing turrets closely. As soon as they started to track him, he jinked to port, then to starboard, slowed, then sped up. They tried to keep up with him, but they were a hair too slow. Vil toggled to a wideband channel. They'd hear this back in the destroyer, he knew. "Attention, shuttle RLH-1, turn the craft around and proceed immediately to Star Destroyer, Steel Talons, tractor beam range." There was no answer. Nothing but the slight hiss of the carrier. "Shuttlecraft, do you copy my transmission?" Another pause. Then, "Yeah, we hear you, Rocket Jock. We aren't of a mind to do that." Vil looked at his control panel. They were 2 minutes away from minimum safe distance, the point far enough from despair where they could safely attempt the jump to light speed. Jump too close to a planet's gravity well and the shift would tear the vessel apart. If the guy he was talking to had enough skill to fly the shuttle, he'd know that. His control panel would tell him when he reached MSD, and then it would be over. Lieutenant Dance would have failed a mission for the first time. Never happen, he thought. "Turn it around or we will fire," he said. "You'd do that, just blow us apart? Essentially murder 15 men and 2 women. One of them is old enough to be your granny. You can live with that?" He was stalling for time, Vil knew. The beings on that shuttle were bad enough to have been sent to the galaxy's #1 prison planet, and the Imperial courts didn't bother to do that with petty thieves or traffic violators. His granny hadn't robbed any banks or killed anybody. Not that he knew of, anyway. "Shuttle pilot, I say again." Vil saw the port turret on the shuttle open up. He cut across the craft's flight path, angling away aft as the starboard gun began firing. He hit his thrusters full, coming up in a half-loop and twist away from the incoming laser fire. Even a good gunner couldn't have spiked him at this angle, and these guys weren't anywhere close to good enough. Still, the pulsed incandescent beams came close. "Lieutenant," that from Benjo. "Hold your position, Alpha Squad, there's no problem here." Cool and calm, like discussing what they might be having for dinner. He zipped Black 11 out of range. The clock was running down, less than a minute to MSD. "Last chance, shuttle. Turn it around. Now." In answer, the pilot pulled the shuttle topward so his gunners could get a better angle. They started shooting again. The shots were wild, but there was always a chance a stray beam could hit you, even by accident. And wouldn't that be a glorious end to an unblemished career, to be killed by a convict on a milking shuttle? Enough of this. Vil hit the drive controls and damped the thrust to 0. Then he pushed the throttles to full, angled to port and topside, did a roll and loop, and came around, driving at the shuttle amidships. He pressed the fire control button. Black 11 spat twin laser bolts from the low-temp tips. Blip, 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 blip. Vil Dance was a better-than-average shooter. The bolts ripped into the shuttle, chewed it up, and as he overflew and peeled away to starboard downside, the Lambda blew apart, shattering into at least half a dozen large pieces and hundreds of smaller ones amid a cloud of flash-frozen air, liquid, and debris. And pinwheeling bodies. Vil switched back to TAC 5. "Aniel, Lude, move in and check for survivors." He kept his voice calm, emotionless. No big deal. His pulse was racing, but they didn't have to know that. Let them think his heart pumped liquid oxy. "None of them were wearing suits, Lieutenant," Lude said a moment later. "No survivors. Too bad about that brand new ship." "Good hit, Vil," Benjo said. "Congratulations." Vil felt a warm glow of satisfaction. It had been a good hit. And they'd been firing at him, so it wasn't like shooting Yorks in a canister. It had been a righteous response. He switched back to the main op-chan. "Fighter Control, this is ST-11, Lieutenant Vil Dance of TIE Fighter Alpha Squadron. Mission accomplished. You might want to send out a recovery vessel to pick up the pieces." "Copy, ST-11, said Captain Exeter. "Good job." "Thank you, sir." "Let's return to base, Alpha Squad." Vil smiled as he waited for his team to form up again. This was the best job in the galaxy, being a fighter pilot. He couldn't imagine a better one. He was young, not even 25 yet, and already a legend among his peers, and among the ladies as well. Life was good. As they started for the destroyer, Vil saw in the distance the frame of the gigantic battle station that was being built in planetary orbit. They were 100 kilometers away from the structure, and it was still skeletal, its interior construction only just begun. But even so, it looked impossibly huge at this distance. It was to be the size of a small moon when it was finished, dwarfing the largest star destroyer. Incredible to think about. And if he kept racking up missions like the one just completed, there was a very good chance that he would be assigned as unit commander on board the new station. He led his squad back to the equatorial launching bay. Looking at the awe-inspiring base, he felt a surge of pride in the Empire, and a feeling of gratitude at being a part of the Tarkin Doctrine's glorious mission. There was no official appellation or designation other than Battle Station that he knew of for the Grand Moff's vision. But there was a name for it that everybody he knew, officers and enlisted alike, used. They called it the Death Star. 2. LQ flagship Havilon, in geosynchronous orbit above planet Despair. Wilhuff Tarkin, now Grand Moff Tarkin, with that exalted promotion being due to this very project, stood before the deck-to-ceiling transparasteel viewport on the observation deck, looked out at his creation, and found it good. He was building a world. True, as worlds went, what was taking form 300 kilometers from his flagship would not be quite as imposing as Imperial Center, say, or Alderaan. But when finished, it would be larger than 2 of the satellites of his own planet Eriadu, and it would be home to well over 1 million beings. More to the point, it would hold countless worlds under his thrall. It had been nearly 3 decades since Rafe Sinar had first made Tarkin privy to the concept of the Battle Station planetoid, and it had taken almost a decade to get the idea through the snarls of red tape and bring the Geonosians on board to improve and implement the designs. The project had been known by various code names, such as the Great Weapon, and the original plans had been much improved by the Geonosian leader Poggle the Lesser. But it had taken years for the concept to be stewarded through the tortuous maze of government bureaucracy before construction was finally ordered to begin. There were still flaws in the original plans, but many of them had been addressed during the building of the proof-of-concept prototype in the Maw installation, and others were being corrected as they were uncovered. The greatest minds in the galaxy had been recruited or drafted to lend their expertise to the building of this ultimate weapon. The brilliant Dr. Oron Keldor, the mad weapons master Umak Leth, the young but nevertheless laser-sharp Amwati prodigy Quicksucks, the Twi'lek administrator Tal Sivron. They, and many, many others of like stripe, had been investigated and approved by Tarkin himself. All were as good as the Empire could provide, willing or unwilling. In addition, he had conscripted a veritable army of enslaved Wookiees, plus tens of thousands of convicts from the steaming jungles of the prison planet Despair, and a plethora of construction droids, the latter the largest such collection of automata ever assembled. All of them, organic and artificial, now worked around the chrono with but one goal in mind, the culmination of his vision. The project, codenamed Death Star. Tarkin pursed his lips slightly. There was a taint of melodrama to the name that he didn't care for, but no matter. The words, along with the reality of the battle station itself, would amply convey its terrifying purpose. The Horuz system had been scavenged for raw material. Asteroids and comets were being harvested from both the inner and outer belts and broken into components of oxygen, hydrogen, iron, nickel, and other elements. Enormous bulk transports, ore haulers, tankers, and cargo craft had been gutted and reconfigured as orbiting laboratories, factories, and housing, all filled with workers producing fiber optics, electronics, and thousands of other technological instruments and construction materials. After nearly 2 decades of frustration, of false starts, union disputes, administrative procedure, and political maneuvering, The construction of the Empire's doomsday device was at last irrevocably underway. Certainly there had been problems. Tarkin had been surprised and annoyed to find that Wraith Sinar's original designs, the very same ones he himself had presented to Palpatine, and which the Emperor had rejected more than 10 years earlier, had been the basis for the plans Palpatine had finally given him to implement. Well, perhaps it wasn't so surprising, given the vagaries of war and politics. Nothing that went into the Empire's vaults was ever completely lost, although sometimes things were mislaid, and concepts rejected when they came from someone else often looked better when rethought as one's own. Even the Emperor, it seemed, was not immune to that particular hubris. After a prototype design had been built and refined in the heart of the swarm of black holes known as the Maw Cluster, Tarkin and Bevel Lemelisk, the head of design, had the Death Star project moved several times to avoid possible rebel sabotage attempts, ultimately relocating it to the Horuz system for added security. Of course, on a project this huge, there was little hope that it could be kept secret forever, but knowing that it existed, even knowing where it was being built, was not the same as being able to do anything about it. Admiral Dela, commanding 4 Imperial-class star destroyers and countless smaller attack craft, kept constant vigilance from her station within the Maw. Any unauthorized ships that entered the region would not leave to carry tales elsewhere. Tarkin stared at the incomplete spheroid, floating serenely in the void, eerily backlit by the solar glow reflected from despair. It wasn't even a complete skeleton yet. When done, however, the battle station would be 160 kilometers in diameter. There would be 24 zones, 12 in each hemisphere. Every zone, called a sprawl, would have its own food replicators, hangar bays, hydroponics, detention blocks, medical centers, armories, command centers, and every other facility needed to provide service for any mission deemed necessary. In an emergency, auxiliary command centers located in each sprawl provided full weapons and maneuverability control for a redundancy depth of twice a dozen. When fully operational, the battle station would be the most powerful force in the galaxy by far. And it was Tarkin's to command. As the commander of such a vessel, he would perforce be the most powerful man in the galaxy. The thought had certainly occurred to him that not even the Emperor could stand before him, did he choose to challenge Palpatine's rule. Then again, Tarkin knew the Emperor. If their positions were reversed, he knew that there was no possible way he would sanction anyone having such power, not without some kind of fail-safe. Was a destruct device already built into the station somewhere, with the red button safely installed in Palpatine's chambers? Was some equivalent of Order 66, known only to certain onboard officers and troops? Or was it something even more devious? Tarkin was certain the Emperor had some kind of insurance against any theoretical rebellion. Not that the Grand Moff intended such a course. He wasn't a foolish or suicidal man. Aside from the fearsome world-destroying super laser itself, which was based upon the Hammer Tong project and used a power source secretly taken by the 501st Stormtrooper Legion on Maigito during the Clone Wars, the station would mount a complement of craft, both space and ground, equal to a large planet-side base. 4 capital ships, 100 tie-in starfighters, plus assault shuttles, blast boats, dropships, support craft, and land vehicles, all ultimately totaling in the tens of thousands. It would have an operational crew numbering more than 250,000, including nearly 60,000 gunners alone. The vessel could easily transport more than 500,000 fully outfitted troops, and the support staff, pilots, crew, and other workers, would be half that number. The logistics of it all were staggering. Oh, it would be a fearsome monster indeed, but a monster tamed and under Tarkin's control, a monster sheathed in quadanium steel plating, invulnerable and impervious. Well, almost invulnerable. Lemelisk had disappointed him in that instance. The greatest challenge in designing the battle station, he had said, was not creating a beam cannon big enough to destroy a planet, nor was it building a moon-sized station that would be driven by a Class 3 hyperdrive. The greatest challenge was powering both of them. There must be trade-offs, he had said. In order to mount a weapon of mundicidal means, shielding capabilities would have to be downgraded to a rudimentary level. Power, Bevel had said, was not infinite, even on a station this size, fueled by the largest hypermatter reactor ever built. However, given the surface-to-vacuum defenses, the number of fighters, turbo-laser batteries, charged particle blasters, magnetic railguns, proton torpedo banks, ion cannons, and a host of other protective devices, no naval ship of any size would be even a remote threat. A fleet of Imperial-class star destroyers, even a fleet of super-class star destroyers, should such a thing ever exist, would offer no real danger to the battle station once it was fully operational. Given all that, a shield system that was less than perfect at times wasn't such a high price to pay for the ability to vaporize a planet. Once the station was fully online, then the Tarkin Doctrine, officially recognized by the Empire and named as such, would hold sway throughout the known worlds. The Tarkin Doctrine was as simple as it was effective. Fear would keep the galaxy in line. Once the power of this Death Star had been demonstrated, its very existence would be enough to maintain peace. The Rebel Alliance wouldn't dare risk facing it. An insurgent who would gladly accept his own death in the cause would quail at the thought of his entire homeworld being turned to incandescent plasma. Tarkin turned away from the viewport. Already there had been sabotage and setbacks, and more would occur. It was inevitable in a project this size. Slaves had tried to escape, droids had malfunctioned, and men who should have known better had thought to gain personal power through political machinations. In addition to these annoyances, Darth Vader, the Emperor's pet, was wont to show up unannounced now and again to lay his heavy hand upon the whole process. Vader, unfortunately, was beyond Tarkin's command, even though, as the first of the new Grand Moffs, he was a man whose whim was law in the entire Outer Rim territories. It was true that Vader's own manner of function was essentially the same philosophy as the Tarkin Doctrine, albeit on a smaller scale. Still, it was disquieting to see the man cause an admiral or a general across the room fall over with a mere gesture as if shot. Vader called it the Force, that mystical power that had supposedly been unique to the Jedi and the Sith. Tarkin had seen him knock blaster bolts from the air with his lightsaber, or even at times with naught but his black gauntlets, with no more effort than swatting flitterflies. Vader was something of a conundrum. The Jedi were extinct, so it was said, as were the Sith, and yet the man in black possessed one of the signature weapons favored by both groups, along with the skill to use it. Puzzling. Tarkin had heard it said that Vader was more machine than man underneath that armor. He knew that the cyborg droid, General Grievous, had been able to wield 4 lightsabers at once, so perhaps it was not so surprising after all that Vader was adept with one. No one could say for sure, of course, since no one, except possibly the Emperor himself, knew the identity of the face behind the black helmet's visor. Tarkin, however, had his own theory about the Dark Lord's former life, based on information he'd gleaned from privileged files and conversations, as well as from public records. He'd heard about the supposed death of Anakin Skywalker, the Jedi war hero, on Mustafar, and knew that no body had been found. Of course, it might easily have disappeared in one of the white-hot lava rivers. But was it really just a coincidence that Darth Vader, encased in a life support suit and demonstrating a mastery of the Force supposedly only attained by the most powerful of Jedi, had become the Emperor's new favorite immediately after Skywalker left the scene? Tarkin shrugged. Whoever or whatever Vader was or had become, he was not without great personal power, and it was well known that he had the Emperor's trust. But that didn't matter. All that mattered to Tarkin was that the construction of the battle station was proceeding apace. Should Vader or anyone else attempt to obstruct this, they would be dealt with, summarily and completely. His ultimate dream must be realized. Nothing else was important compared with that. Nothing. 3. Imperial Prisoner Transport Ship GLTB 3181 in suborbital trajectory for Processing Station 9, Death Star. Tila Kars sat in her assigned seat, staring at the blank hull next to her. The shuttle had no viewports in the passenger area, so there wasn't much to see save other prisoners. There were maybe 300 such, males and females of perhaps a dozen different humanoid species packed into the transport in tight rows. The smell of various body odors was sour and potent. She saw no other Mirielans such as herself. She knew there were some from her homeworld down on the hellacious world of despair. At least there were if they were still alive. The prison planet was rife with danger, wild animals, poison plants, violent storms, and extremes of heat and cold due to an erratic orbit. Not a place to which anybody of her species, or most others, would voluntarily go, unless they had a most serious death wish. Tila didn't harbor a death wish, but it mattered little now what she wished. Her right to wish, along with just about every other right, had been taken from her. She was no longer a galactic citizen. As of a standard year ago, she was a criminal and a prisoner. Her crime had been simply to back the wrong political candidate in a planet-wide election on her world. The Emperor had decided that the man running for office was a traitor, as were his most influential supporters. He had thus ordered a score of well-to-do Mirielans to be rounded up, given a speedy trial, and convicted of treason. Given the public outrage over this travesty of justice, it had been deemed politically inexpedient to execute them then and there, and so Tila and her compatriots had been shipped off to die on a world many light years away, a world so dangerous and inhospitable that it almost seemed to have been designed for the sole purpose of being a prison planet. It had been quite a shock to be among those so chosen. In the span of a single planetary rotation, she had gone from being an influential and well-to-do professional to a criminal, and had existed in the latter state for a standard year. She had been lucky and astonished to have survived that long. She had been an architect, specializing in encapsulated arcology design, not a profession that prepared one for survival in a world where every other animal slinking around considered you prey, or every other plant had thorns from which a tiny scratch could cause agonizing pain before its poison killed you. Before her fall from grace, she had been near the top of her game, a much sought-after professional who had designed the Ralphhawk encapsulization on Corellia and the Black Star Wheel world in the Sagar system. She had been feted and lionized, a guest of monarchs and senators, heads of industry and Starfleet admirals. She had thought nothing of taking an atmo-skimmer halfway around Miriel to dine with friends on different continents for each meal. Now just having a dinner that didn't bite back was a luxury. She had been lucky, but her survival hadn't been entirely due to luck. Her father had been fond of the outdoors, and as a young girl she had gone camping with him frequently. He had taught her woodcraft, and while the plants and animals on the prison world Despair were different from those on Miriel, to say the least, the principles of dealing with them were the same. If it had teeth and claws, it was best to avoid it. If it had thorns or serrated edges, it was not a good idea to stray too close. One kept one's awareness firmly in the here and now, and did not indulge in the luxury of daydreams and reverie, unless one was safely barricaded behind makeshift walls constructed of cast-off battle plate or jury-rigged fields. And it was a good idea not to let one's guard drop even then, because there were predators inside the compounds as well as out. Predators with 2 legs instead of 4 or 6, but nonetheless deadly. 1 year. And until this morning there had been no reason for her to believe she would ever leave Despair, however much time she might have left to live. But when Imperial guards landed outside the makeshift shanty town the prisoners had named Dungeon Town, the rumor had quickly spread. There was a project in orbit, the word was, and they needed more labor. "Oh yeah, they've got 20,000 Wookiee slaves working this thing," the man sitting to her right said. He was talking to the prisoner on his right and not Tila, but as close as he was, she'd have to be deaf to miss the conversation. The prisoner to her right was a Bakuran. coarse and convicted of multiple crimes, according to the bragging he'd been doing to their mutual seatmate. Robbery, gun-running, assault, murder. He smelled like slime mold. Right. The prisoner, seated one away from Tila, was a Brigian, a tall, purple-skinned humanoid whom Tila had seen in Dungeon Town a few times. The only Brigian in their town, she had heard. He was soft-spoken when he answered the Bakoran, but she'd also heard that he had been an assassin, good enough with his hands that he seldom needed a weapon. There was a story that he had once killed a Viraval, a kind of wolf-sized, saber-toothed rat found only on Despair, with nothing more than a stick, and then cooked and eaten it. Thieves and murderers. Pleasant company for a woman who had, until she had been arrested for a poor political stance, never gotten so much as a sky traffic ticket. Not that she had made that knowledge public. The more dangerous criminals in Dungeon Town thought you were, the greater the chance they would leave you be. When anybody asked her what her crime had been, Tila always just smiled. That tended to make the questioner think twice about whatever his intentions might be toward her. Yeah, the Bakoran said. 500,000 droids plus a load of construction bots, extruders, shapers, benders, like that too. Big sucker they be building whatever the cock it is. The purple humanoid shrugged. Die on the planet, die in space. No matter. The transport slowed, then stopped. After a moment there was a clank that vibrated through the ship. Sounds like a ramp just locked on, the Brigian said. Looks like wherever we're going, we're there. The Bakoran turned to look at Tila, giving her a long up-and-down leer, then a toothy grin. Wouldn't mind a bunkmate if space be tight, he said. You'll do. Last bunkmate I had accidentally died in his sleep one night, Tila said. She smiled. The Bakoran blinked. Yeah? She didn't say anything further. She just kept smiling. The Bakoran's grin faded. A guard appeared. Everybody up in single file, he said. The Brigian was closest to the aisle, the Bakoran behind him, and Tila behind the Bakoran. He kept glancing back at her, quick and nervous looks, as they filed out of the ship and into the sinuous tube of the pressurized ramp. At the entrance to a huge and cold assembly area, Tila saw there were thousands of other prisoners entering through scores of ramps connected to other transports. She could smell the perspiration and fear from the prisoners, mixed with the stale, metallic tang of recycled air. Guards stationed at scanners monitored each incoming line. As each prisoner passed through a scanner, there sounded a musical tone. Reading their implants, she guessed. Most of the notes were the same, but now and again a different tone would sound, a full step lower, and the prisoners connected to them would be separated from the others and directed away from the main body, toward a stairway to a lower level. Maybe 1 in 50, she figured. Who were they, she wondered? Rejects? Culls? People bound for a one-way trip out the nearest airlock? When Tila passed the scanner's arch, the tone emitted was the lower one. She felt her heart race faster, her breath catch, as the guard brusquely ordered her to step out of the line. Whatever that sound meant for those it selected, she was apparently about to find out. 4. The Soft Heart Cantina, Southern Underground, Grid 19, Imperial City, Coruscant Sector, Core Worlds. Should I break their skulls? Rodo asked. Mimaruthus said, No, just throw 'em out. You're sure? I don't mind. Much as I admire a man who enjoys his work, I'm asking you to try to curb your enthusiasm. You're the boss. From behind the bar, where she occasionally took a turn mixing drinks, the owner of the Soft Heart Cantina watched as Rodo, the pub's peacekeeper, went to attend to the off-duty and getting progressively louder customers. That there were 2 Imperial stormtroopers soused and gearing themselves up for a fight didn't worry her. Rodo, if he had another name, nobody she knew had ever heard it, was one of the biggest humans she had ever seen. Born and raised on Ragith III, a descendant of human colonists who had been genetically bred and selected for generations to adapt to the 1.5 standard G environment, Rodo, at over 2 meters and 110 kilos, was not a man you wanted to have mad at you. Somebody once parked a land speeder in his spot on the street outside the cantina. Rodo had considered this an insult, and he had been direct in dealing with it. Seeing a vehicle picked up and turned over without help makes an impression. People didn't park in Rodo's spot anymore. He was also extremely fast and very, very good at some weird kind of martial art, which he could use to tie a drunk and belligerent patron into a knot faster than you could call the Imperial Cools to come and haul the problem away. Rodo's presence was why things tended to stay pretty quiet in the cantina, even on a payday like tonight. When somebody got too loud or combative, usually Rodo's arrival at the table was enough to solve the problem. Usually, but not always. Mima turned to finish a drink order. She saw, out of the corner of her eye, a human male, a spacer by his garments, gazing dreamily at her, chin supported by one hand as he leaned over his drink. She gave no acknowledgement of his admiration. A Rutian Twi'lek from Ryloth, with teal skin that seemed to glow under the full-spec lights, she was used to such looks. Her skin, in both color and tone, was one of her best features, which she tended to showcase by wearing short and sleeveless dresses. She knew that to most humanoid races, she was startlingly beautiful. Even her lekku, the 2 large fleshy tendrils that hung about her shoulders instead of human hair, seemed to have an erotic attraction for humans. And she was fit enough, due to a daily swimming and 0G workout regimen, although it always seemed to her that she could stand to lose a kilo from her hips. Mima had managed this place for 2 years, and owned it for 2 more, before the galaxy had gone crazy. Of course, war was good for business in a cantina. Beings about to ship off to battle in the middle of nowhere on some back-rocket planet knew they wouldn't be relaxing in a place like hers the few times they weren't blasting rebels or droids. This tended to promote a certain to-vac with tomorrow attitude, which translated into considerable profits for her. The Heart was crowded, and it took Rodo a minute to work his way to the would-be fighters, who were at a 2-seat table near the east wall. One of them was on his feet, and the other rising, when the big bouncer arrived. He was a head taller and nearly as wide as both of them put together. He eclipsed the light, and both men looked up to see what was casting such a gigantic shadow. Mima grinned again. There was no way she could hear what Rodo was saying to them. The place was noisy with conversation and laughter, the clink of glasses toasting, the scrape of chair legs on the hard floor. She had 2 more tenders working the bar, both busily mixing drinks and drawing down the taps. It wasn't a quiet environment. But she knew essentially what the big man was telling the 2 troopers. They had disturbed the spirit of the Heart, and they would have to leave. Now. If they were wise, they'd smile and nod and hustle themselves to the door. If they were stupid, they'd argue with Rodo. If they were really stupid, one or both would decide that how they behaved wasn't any of the peacekeepers' business, and they'd be happy to demonstrate their Imperial combat training to him, thank you very milking much. Rodo's response was always based on their attitude. Play nice, and they could come back tomorrow and start fresh, with no hard feelings. It went on a sliding scale from there. In this case, the 2 must have decided that the enforcer wasn't as tough as he looked, and worth at least a few choice words, probably concerning his parents or siblings and his immoral relationships with them. Before either trooper could do or say anything else, Rodo grabbed each one by the shirt front, moving incredibly fast for such a big man, and in an amazing display of raw strength, lifted both clear of the floor and banged their heads together. If they weren't unconscious after that, they were certainly stunned enough to cease hostilities. Holding them thus, Rodo walked toward the door, as if doing so was no more effort than carrying 2 large steins of ale. It didn't take him long to achieve the exit. Everybody between him and the door moved with great alacrity, clearing a broad and empty path. The room went almost quiet as the door hissed open, and Rodo tossed the 2 into the street. When the door hissed shut, the noise level returned to normal, and Mima went back to her drink order. Nobody was hurt, and so there was no need to worry about the authorities. And if the troops were foolish enough to come back with others like them, seeking to exploit their imperial status, well, there wasn't an overabundance of support down levels for such officiousness. Mima sighed. When she'd first started in this line of work, waitressing in a dive deep in gnarly town called Villeneuve, most of the imperial troops had still been clones, and every one of them had been uniformly polite and easygoing. It was true that after a bit too much ferment, they could get a tad boisterous, but they'd never been a problem, and had also never been at all hesitant in helping to street anyone who was. She'd heard that they'd all been programmed somehow to only show hostility toward the enemy. Whatever the reason, the clones had been a pleasure to serve. Well, that was then and this was now. Maybe she was looking at the past through rose-colored drop-tacks, but it seemed to her that a lot had changed. Now a night when Rhodo didn't have to eject a few obstreperous drunks was a night to remember. As she put together a bantha blaster, stirring in the ingredients, Mima noticed another pair of customers. They weren't causing any ruckus. If anything, they were too quiet. Humans, a male and a female, they were, like much of the crowd this time of the evening. Both were dressed in nondescript black coveralls. They nursed mugs of membrosia and sat facing each other at a two-seat table in the corner, from which they seemed, without being obvious about it, to be watching the room. And even though she never caught them staring directly her way, Mima got the distinct feeling that they were particularly interested in her. Rhodo arrived back at the bar like a heavy-gravity crawler docking. He scanned the room looking for more trouble. None seemed to be in the offing at the moment. Mima finished the blaster and put it on the bar. L9, order up. The new server droid, a trash can-sized one on wheels, whose model she never could remember, rolled to the bar. Got it, boss, it chirped. It grabbed the tray with extendable arms, anchored it to the magnetic plate atop its head, and took off to deliver the drinks. Mima drifted down to the other end of the bar. Rhodo, you see the two in black in the corner? Rhodo didn't look at the pair, nor directly at her. Yep. Know who they are? Not who. Haven't seen them in here before. Got a good idea what, though. There was a long pause that Mima finally broke. You want to finish that thought and educate me here? He cracked a small smile. Rhodo liked her, though he'd never made a move on her, and she knew he never would. Imperial intelligence ops. She frowned, surprised. What would a couple of eyes be doing in her place? She ran a working beings bar, and there wasn't much likelihood of any high-level skullduggery or spying being done here. This was the Southern Underground, after all. Most underdwellers couldn't even spell espionage, much less engage in it. You sure? Pretty much. They got the look. You want, I can poke around some, check 'em out. She shook her head. No, don't stir up trouble we don't need. Just keep an eye on 'em. Rhodo settled back. That's what you pay me for, boss lady. 5. Officers' Barracks, ISD Steel Talon, Horuz System. Master Chief Petty Officer 10 Granite rolled out of his sleep rack and put his bare feet onto the cold metal deck. That woke him up fast enough. Really ought to get a rug to put down there. He'd been meaning to do it since he'd been assigned to the ship 8 weeks ago, but other things kept taking priority, and neither Saran Droot nor Velvely, the other CPOs who shared the cabin, seemed bothered by it. Of course, Droot's feet were more like hooves, and Velvely was used to temperatures a lot colder. The blasted floor might feel warm to his feet for all 10 knew. Those two were on graveyard shift this week, so they'd be heading back to the cabin about the time he got to his post. 10 mentally shrugged. Someday, he'd get around to it. Maybe cozy up to that Alderaan woman who did knitting when off duty. Get her to make him enough of a synth wool carpet to cover the deck. It wouldn't take all that much. He could always sweet-talk a femme into doing all kinds of things for him. He padded down the hall to the refresher, took a quick sonic shower, splashed Deep Hill on his stubble and wiped it clean. Then, wrapped in a towel, he went back to don the uniform of the day. 10 Granite was past 50, but he was in very good shape for a man his age. He had a few unrevised scars from various battles when his station had been hit by enemy fire, or from when something had gone wrong and blown up, and a couple from cantina rumbles when he'd been slow to get out of the way of a broken bottle or vibroblade. Still, he was lean and muscular, and he could keep up with grunts half his age, though not as easily as he used to. The days when he could party all night and then work a full shift the next day were past, true. But on the obstacle course, even the newbies knew enough not to get in front of him unless they wanted to get run over. It was a point of pride that, even after more than 30 years in the Navy, nobody in 10 Granite's gunnery crew could outdrink, outfight, or outwomanize him. He picked out his oldest uniform clothes, the light gray, faded to the color of ash, and slipped into them. They were going to get dirty and smelly anyway today, so no point in messing up new ones. Word from up levels was there was going to be another surprise battle drill around mid-shift. The Port Heavy Blaster Station's CO, Captain Nast Hobart, was a drinking buddy with Lieutenant Colonel Lua, who was the Admiral's assistant, and as a result the PHBS always got the heads up when a drill or inspection was about to be sprung. The captain wanted his unit to look good, and since they always knew in advance when it counted, they always did look good. White glove a surface in any of the 6 turbolaser turrets or 2 heavy ion cannon turrets, and there wouldn't be a speck of dirt. You could eat off the floor in fire control on inspection days. Light the battle alarms, and the port battery was the first to report battle ready. Every time. Rumor was that Hobart was up for major, and his unit's pretty much spotless performance during every drill and inspection didn't hurt his chances any. Not that the blaster crew had any slouches on it. You didn't get to shoot the big guns unless you had plenty of practice shooting the little ones, and anybody who couldn't pull his weight, 10 got rid of fast enough to leave friction burns. He had his own reputation to keep up. CPO 10 Granite was the best gunnery chief in this being's navy. If somebody gave them a target, and it could possibly be hit, his crew would hit it, sure as there were little green beings living on Kristen 5. Dressed, 10 looked at himself in the mirror. A face that was every centimeter the grizzled old Navy chief looked back at him. He grunted. He joined the Imperial Navy before it was the Imperial Navy, and he expected to die at his post. That was fine by him. A lifetime of military service wasn't a bad life at all, as far as he was concerned. He left his quarters and headed into the hall. The Steel Talon was the 9th ship upon which he'd served. On the last 4 of them, his duty had been that of a gunnery chief. An Imperial-class star destroyer, the Talon was the backbone of the fleet. 10 hoped to be transferred one day to one of the 4 new super-class star destroyers that were currently being built. Those were monsters indeed. 8 or 10 times the size of the Imperial-class ships, which were themselves over 1.5 kilometers in length. The SSDs looked like nothing so much as pie-shaped wedges sliced out of an asteroid and covered with armament. Perhaps if he called in the right favors at the right time, he might wrangle an assignment on the next one scheduled to roll ponderously out of the Kuat Drive yards. He still had a few good years left in him, and who better to run the big battery on one of those monster ships than him? He had his request in, and maybe if Hobart got his promotion, he'd put in a good word for 10 before he left. As long as Hobart was running the battery, though, that wasn't likely to happen. He didn't want to lose the best CPO in the sector, so he said. Well, thought 10, it's nice to be appreciated. Still, he knew deep down that he wouldn't be satisfied until he could say he'd run the biggest and the best. Shift change was coming, and officers and crew filled the halls on their way to their duty stations. Even though it would only be a drill, 10 was looking forward to hearing the generators whine as the capacitors loaded, followed by the heavy vibrations and scorched air smell as the ion cannons and lasers spoke, spewing hard energy across empty space to destroy the practice targets. To be able to reach out 100 clicks or more and smash a ship to atomic dust was real power, and nobody was better at it than he was. 10 got to the array 5 minutes early, as always. 50 meters in diameter, the unit was quiet as shift change neared. He saw Chief Droot and nodded at him. "Chief, how are we doing?" "Shipshape, G." The big Chagrian, one of the few aliens to rise to any kind of rank in the Imperial Navy, glanced around. "You know there's a surprise drill at 11:30 hours?" "Yeah. We cleared the decks, got the caps charged, ready to blaze." 10 grinned. "Thanks, Droot. I owe you one." "Nah, I'm still 2 down. You had the station shining like a mirror on that last inspection." I got a smile out of the Admiral himself that time. 10 nodded. Everybody kept track of who owed who what on a ship, and you didn't let a fellow chief catch flack if you could help out. Even if it wasn't your watch, it was your station, and what made one look bad made them all look bad. And vice versa, of course. "Station's yours," Droot said. "I'm gonna go get some supper. I hear the mess hall has some Berbersian crab on the menu." "More likely doctored soy pro," 10 said. Droot shrugged. "Yeah, well, it's the Navy, not the Yoo-Hoo's 4-star. He left, ducking to make sure his horns cleared the hatch. The morning shift crew was already in place. CPO 10 Granite wanted his people on station 15 minutes early, and if you weren't, you'd be sorry. Once, and you got your rump chewed like a starved reek was gnawing on it. Twice, and you were looking for another job. "Good morning, people," 10 said. "Morning, Chief," came the echo from the crew. "Polish your buttons, boys," the chief said. "I don't want anything sticking, just in case we have to shoot something today." Most of the crew smiled. They knew all about the drill. They were all ready. None of them wanted to be the being who disappointed Master Chief Petty Officer Granite. No, sir. Medical Frigate, Medstar 4, Polar Orbit, Planet Despair. "Captain Dr. Cornell Devini?" Yulee nodded. "Yeah." "Medical Technician Class 2 Verley, sir," the man said. Human, as Yulee was, or at least close enough that he couldn't tell otherwise, and Yulee was something of an expert on humanoid anatomy. "This way, sir." The Meditech led him down featureless gray corridors deeper into the ship, to an office complex. Yulee marked the route half-consciously, knowing he could find his way around pretty quickly if need be. He had a good sense of direction, though it wasn't anything he could claim credit for. He'd been born that way. Sure enough, it was the medical admin section he found himself in. Ship's medical suites all looked alike, the same pale, off-white walls, wide corridors, and color-coded luminescent floor stripes that led you to various departments. There were a dozen or so people working, secretaries mostly, some biologicals, some droids. The hands-on medical stuff would be done elsewhere down the hall, he knew. Commander Hotiz, Dr. Cornell Devini. Hotiz was a short, rotund man, probably 70 or so, with white hair and a cropped beard. He wore office grays, and the clothes were cut well enough that they had to be tailored. He was checking off a list on a flat screen. He looked up, nodded at the tech. "Thanks, Verley." The tech nodded, said, "Sir," and left. "Welcome to Medstar 4, Doctor," Hotiz said. "Glad to have you aboard." Yulee nodded. "Thank you, sir," he said. His apparent lack of enthusiasm must have showed. The old man cocked an eyebrow that had more hair than a leaf crawler. "Not happy with this assignment, son?" That earned Yulee's new commander an incredulous look. "Not happy. I did my first tour in a Rimsu unit on a swamp world where your lungs could fill with spores in 5 minutes if you weren't wearing a filter mask. I patched up maybe 1,000 clones, and I was supposed to be rotated back to my homeworld and discharged a civilian at the end of it. That was 5, 6 hitches ago? I lost track." Hotiz nodded. "Slow," he said. "That's right." IMSLO stood for Imperial Military Stop-Loss Order. Too many skilled people who'd been drafted had had enough of the military after the Clone Wars. and when their compulsory service ended, wanted nothing more than to go home. With the action against the rebels heating up, the Empire couldn't allow that. Doctors in particular were in short supply. Hence, IMSLO, a retroactive order mandating that no matter when you'd been conscripted, once you were in for as long as they wanted you, or until you got killed. Either way, it was kiss your planned life goodbye. Imperial Military Stop-Loss Order. An alternative translation, scrawled no doubt on a fresher wall somewhere by a clever graffitist, had caught on over the last few years. I'm milking scragged. Life's over. The memory brought a faint, grim smile to Yuli's lips. Sorry, son, his CO said. It's not my policy. But you are career Navy. The older man nodded. We each have our chosen path. Not exactly true, is it? If I was on my chosen path, probably you and I would never have met. Hotiz shrugged. What can I say? I don't run things back in civilization. I just do what I'm told. We were short a surgeon. I requisitioned a replacement. You're him. You weren't here, you'd be someplace else where the Empire deemed you necessary. It ain't Imperial Center General or Big Zoo, but it's quiet here. Not like a rimsuit tent out in the tall grass. Nobody is shooting at us. Most of what we see is the occasional industrial accident or normal wear and tear. You could do better, Captain, but you could also do a lot worse. War is ugly, but that's how it is. Yes, sir. You can drop that part. We're pretty informal around here. I'll have a droid show you to your quarters, and you can take the tour and settle in. Hotiz looked at Yuli's orders. Says here you're originally from Tatooine, Dr. Davini. Yuli. Hotiz squinted at him. Beg pardon, son? People call me Yuli. It's a Tuscan word. Means an alarm blared, cutting him off. Yuli didn't need a translation. Incoming. A secretary droid rolled up on a single wheel. Its gyroscope squeaked a little right at the edge of Yuli's hearing as the spinning wheel kept the droid upright and stable. It stopped in front of Hotiz. Sir, Ambulance Ship 9 is on the way to Dock B with 12 workers injured by an oxygen tank explosion at the construction site. Yuli noticed that the droid's vocabulator had, for whatever reason, a kind of musical lilt that he found pleasant. It was as though the droid were a character from a light opera, about to burst into song at any moment. It should be arriving in 6.5 minutes, the droid continued. Field medics list primary damage due to compressive injuries, shrapnel wounds, and vacuum ruptures. 4 critical, 2 of those in shock, 3 moderate, 5 minor. Species breakdown is 6 Wookiees, 3 humans, 1 Syrian, 1 Ugnaught, 1 Gungan. Yuli frowned. That was an interesting mix. 6 Wookiees? Working for the Empire? That didn't seem right. So much for quiet, he said. Which way to emergency receiving? You don't have to jump right in yet, Hotiz said. Yuli shrugged. Might as well, it's what I do. Hotiz nodded. Formio will show you. He nodded at the droid. Leave your gear here. I'll have it taken to your quarters. The droid said, This way, Dr. Davini, in a pleasant tenor. Its wheels squeaked as it rolled down the hall. Yuli followed. 6. Slashtown Prison Colony, Grid 4354, Sector 547, Quadrant 3, Planet Despair. As a Zolosian, Salat Ratuadil could, if pressed, live on sunlight and water, at least for a while. He didn't know his species' origin, but he did know that his people all had green eyes and green blood. While nobody outside the species had ever been curious enough to do full genetic scans, the theory that there had been some unique melding of animal and plant in the dawn of Zolosian history was accepted as fact on his home world. Sunlight and a little water, and he could go a month, 2 months, without eating a bite, though he'd rather not. He'd rather eat a nice meal of bamat steak and phyllo eggs. And as long as he was rathering, he'd much rather be home on Zelos than on a prison world full of nasty criminals. Unfortunately, that wasn't how it was. He looked around the inside of the rude hut in which he lived, a ramshackle collection of local wood and cast-off imperial packing crates, lashed together with vines, wire, and bits of twine. Not much, but it was home. He rolled off the pad he used for a bed, essentially a blanket over some evergreen boughs. Fresh and layered right, it was pretty comfortable. The branches were getting dry, though. It had been a couple of standard weeks since he'd changed them. He'd have to do that soon. Not only were dry branches uncomfortable, but scorpion slugs would quickly infest them, and one sting from a slug's tail could cause members of just about any humanoid species agony for weeks, if they were lucky. For the 1000th time, Ratua mentally railed against the bad luck that had sent him here. Yes, he was a thief, though not much of one. And yes, he'd been a smuggler, though he'd never made any real credits at it. He was a pretty good scrounger, which helped him survive here, and he was not above taking advantage of a poor trader in a spirited transaction now and again. But being scooped up in a Tregalis port pub that just happened to have a pirate gang in it, and being lumped in as one of their crew, that was wrong. All he had done was stop in for a mug of ferment. The fact that he'd been doing a little haggling with one of the pirates over some Milweekian silk that had fallen from a commercial hover van earlier didn't mean he was a member of the crew. The judges, unfortunately, had not been convinced. Ratua had offered to undergo a truth scan, but somebody would have to pay for that, as he didn't have the coin, and the judges weren't willing to spend taxpayers' credits when he was so obviously guilty of something, even if it wasn't this particular crime on this particular world. And so he'd been tossed in with a crowd of hard-bitten types, all of them wedged into a cargo hold not big enough for half their number, and summarily tossed off the planet. Being on a prison planet with some seriously bad criminals was not a walk in a quiet park. Even without the exiled thieves, murderers, extortionists, and so on, despair wouldn't be anyone's first choice to build a winter home. The land was mostly jungle, consisting of one large continent and one considerably larger ocean. The rampant growth was nourished by a gravity level of less than 3/4 a standard G, and by seasonal gales that roared in from the distant ocean, fueled by tidal forces due to the erratic orbit. The jungle flora and fauna had responded to the environmental challenge of the gales by producing large, close-knit growth that stabbed roots deep into the ground. In some places, the entwined rainforest was totally impenetrable. The animal life had adapted as well by becoming, for the most part, sinuous and serpentine, the better to forage through the tightly interwoven vines and boles. There were poisonous crustaceans, as well as a few flying creatures, such as small winged lizards, and manta-like things, the latter with an interesting life cycle that began in the ocean and ended in the jungle. And everything seemed to be the most vicious, savage, and generally unpleasant representative of its species possible. It wasn't so much an interdependent ecological system as it was all-out biological war, with each of Despair's myriad indigenous species seemingly hardwired to attack and destroy all others. Everything that moved, it seemed, had fangs that dripped venom, and everything rooted to the ground had poisonous thorns, barbs, burrs. And on top of all that, there were the prisoners. The guards, safe in their floating patrol barges, were there to make sure nobody escaped. Short of that, the prisoners could do pretty much whatever they wanted to one another, and not a night went by without somebody being thumped, sometimes hard enough that they died. It was the law of the jungle in here, just as it was out there, and the big predators ruled. They took what they wanted, and if you objected, you got squashed. Ratua tried to keep a low profile. If they didn't notice you, they weren't as likely to take you out just for the sport of it. He kept his mouth shut and his head down and concentrated on survival. He washed his face, using fairly clean water in a stasis field generator dome, then headed outside. Sergeant Nova Steele, one of the more easygoing of the guards, taught a self-defense class nearby every morning. Mostly the students were other guards, but there were some prisoners, and Ratua enjoyed watching other people sweat. Plus, it was a gathering in which biz could be conducted. Swap a little of this for a little of that. Get by a little better. Ratua had a pretty good biz going, bartering goods and services, and that helped buy off the predators who did spot him now and then. Say, fellow being, which would you rather do, stomp me into green mush, or get a new battery for your music player? Among criminals, as among most people, greed was pretty dependable. Ratua arrived shortly at the cleared spot where the self-defense players gathered. There were 18 or 20 of them, plus about that many prisoners and guards watching. He circulated, hoping to find somebody with a couple of spare sunfruits he could score for breakfast. Sergeant Steele was talking about what to do if somebody attacked you with a knife, as Ratua worked his way around the gathering. "Anybody know the first thing you do if somebody comes at you with a blade?" Steele asked. "Run like a fledebeeste," somebody said. To the general laughter, Steele replied, "You took this class before?" More laughter. "Man has it exactly right," the sergeant continued. "You make tracks away fast as you can. Bare-limbed against a knife. You get cut. No ifs, no buts. And unless you scum of the galaxy have been industrious since last time I looked, you don't have much of a med center anywhere around these parts. You could get cut bad, bleed out, or get infected and leave the party by the slow and painful exit, eh?" There was a murmur of agreement. Everybody knew that. Lose a body part here. It was gone for good if you weren't a natural regenerator. The state of local medicine was rudimentary. A few docs and other healers, but not a lot of equipment or meds. Of course, the closest Bacta tank was a mere 300 or so clicks away. Unfortunately, the direction was vertical rather than horizontal, and most of the prisoners had few illusions about their chances of being hoisted up to the orbiting facility if they were in harm's way. But if you don't have a weapon and you can't run, then you need another option, and it has to be one that doesn't depend on great skill, because it won't work unless you have that, and even then, maybe not. Sergeant Steele looked around. "Hey, Ratua, let me borrow you for a minute?" Ratua smiled. He'd done this before. "Lot of self-defense teachers, they say, you have to trap and control the knife arm," Steele continued. "That, not to put too fine a point on it, is pure mopac. If you aren't faster than the guy with the knife, that gets you gutted, no matter how much you know." Ratua strolled into the ragged circle made by the watchers. Steele tossed him the practice knife, a forearm-length dagger made out of soft flex. Stiff enough to work like a real knife, but with enough give that if you hit somebody with it, it would bend without doing damage. The point and edges were coated with a harmless red dye that left a temporary mark on whatever they touched. "I'm 12 years deep in Terras Kasi," Steele said. "I was the first Naval Fleet's unarmed middleweight champion 2 years, runner-up for 2 more. Bare hand-to-hand, I expect I can take anybody my size on this planet apart, doesn't matter which species. Blade to blade, I can duel to a draw. Bare against a knife, I'll get cut. Show 'em, Ratua." Ratua smiled and stepped in as if he was in no hurry. He made a lazy thrust with the knife. Steele went into a crouching move to grab his arm, only Ratua did his trick. As the sergeant reached for his wrist, Ratua pulled his hand back, and while it looked like no big deal to him, he knew the watchers would see his hand blur. It wasn't a Zillotian thing. It was Ratua's own. He didn't know where it had come from, but once he kicked in the booster rocket, he was, for a short time, faster than most ordinary beings. Way faster. Some medic who'd examined him once and tried to clock his reflex time had said something about mutation, about abnormally fast nastic response in the cellulose fiber that made up a large part of his muscle mass. Whatever the cause, it had come in handy more than once during his exile on Despair. As the sergeant continued to move in what seemed like slow motion to Ratua, the latter whipped up the knife and made 3 quick slashes and a stab. Then he took a step back. Time resumed normal speed. Several people who had never seen the demonstration gasped or swore. Sergeant Steele had 2 thin red lines across his neck, one on each side, another across his throat, and a little red dot under his rib cage just below his heart. After the sounds of amazement had died down, Steele said, "You see?" He turned to Ratua. How much fight training you have, Ratua? Counting today? He grinned. That would be none. Steele pointed at the slashes and stab marks. Any of these would have been enough to kill me. Green Eyes here has no training. I'm an expert, but if that knife had been real, I'd be fertilizing the plants, if somebody bothered to bury me. Yeah, he's fast, freaky fast. But that's the point. You never know who or what you're going to be up against, especially here on Despair. Makes you stop and think, doesn't it? Thanks, Ratua. Ratua nodded and moved out of the circle. These occasional little demonstrations were another reason he managed to stay alive. Predators preferred helpless victims, and while Ratua wasn't a fighter, the sight of blood, even if it wasn't green, made him ill. There were a lot slower folks to prey upon. Why risk your neck if you didn't have to? Steele would go on to talk about position and preemptive strikes and such, but Ratua had heard it all before. He was more interested in finding a sunfruit, and after his moment in the spotlight, that would probably be easier. Everybody loved a star. Most days, Sergeant Nova Steele felt as if he was part of the solution and not part of the problem. Being a guard on a prison planet was, at best, not a particularly glamorous duty. In fact, even at its best, you could carbon freeze it and it would still stink to high orbit. He'd much rather be out in the thick of things, fighting rebels on a real field of battle, using his hard-earned skills where they'd matter the most. But somebody had to be here, and he was philosophical enough to shrug off the fact that he'd been one of those so assigned. He'd learned a long time ago to make the best of the situation. That was all you could do if you were a trooper in the Imperial Army. He remembered a quote from the Merlissi philosopher Javik. "I know myself to be only as I appear to myself." It was a deceptively complex concept, couched in simple words. Nova smiled slightly as he thought of the probable reaction his fellow soldiers would have if they knew that the hollows hidden beneath his bunk were not racy images of Twi'lek dancing girls, but rather dissertations on various schools of metaphysical thought detailed by the galaxy's finest philosophers. Not that he had anything against Twi'lek dancing girls, but his studies over the last few years of his post here had kept him sane. Of that he was convinced. Most of the prisoners were indeed the dregs of the galaxy, bad beings who had broken major laws and who deserved to be put away for life, if not jettisoned from the back of a star destroyer along with the rest of the garbage. A few had been collected and shipped here by bad luck or accident, though he knew that most of those weren't exactly pillars of society either. Ratua was a good example of this, although Nova owed him big time for getting him the hollows with only an eyebrow raised in reaction. But the vegetable man was an exception. If you check the data on the majority, you'd probably find that most of them had gotten away with some full-out evil hurt aimed at the rest of whatever world they came from, so you didn't feel too bad about them being here. There weren't too many of the truly innocent who wound up on Despair, though he knew of a few. Political prisoners, most of them. Backed the wrong candidate, spoke up at the wrong time, didn't toe the party line. Nova felt some sympathy for those, though given how the galaxy was these days, probably more sympathy than they deserved. If you're dumb enough to stand in front of a riot trooper and make an obscene gesture at him, you ought not to be surprised if he shoots you. Troopers were people, they had feelings, and on a bad day, dancing in front of one and calling him names could be a very bad idea. It was the same thing with politics. Anybody with more than vestigial sensory organs could tell which way the imperial wind was blowing, and there was a war on, even though it hadn't been officially named as such. Free speech sometimes had to be tempered for the good of society, and what would have been a spirited discussion, back when the Republic was in full flower, was often now considered treason. That bothered him some. Maybe not as much as it should have, but some. Nova sighed. Despite his fascination with the conundrums posed by some of the galaxy's foremost scholars, he didn't consider himself a particularly deep thinker. He just did what he was told, which mostly consisted of keeping prisoners in line and trying to avoid situations in which he had to shoot them. Teaching self-defense classes he did on his own time. It helped some of the weaker inmates, maybe gave them a chance against the real predators here. At any rate, it made him feel better about himself. He liked a level playing field, and while his classes weren't going to accomplish that, they did smooth out a bump in the terrain here and there. Now and again he'd hear a story about how someone from his classes used what he taught to avoid being maimed or killed, and that made him feel good. He was pretty careful screening his would-be prisoner students. Yes, they were all crooked as sand snakes, but he tried to keep out the ones who were aggressive, the ones who'd take what he taught them and use it for something other than self-defense. He had a lot of smaller beings as students, weaker ones, and those convicted of crimes that were about money rather than violence. He absolutely did not want to make a stone killer better at killing. More than enough of that went on in the galaxy already, much of it right here on Despair. His comlink chirped on his belt, signaling the morning recall. Time to wrap up the class and get back to the guard station, check in, get his next assignment. Some of the other guards thought he was foolish for mingling with the prisoners. You didn't get to carry a blaster or even a shock baton unless you went out in a quad or a platoon-sized group, for fear that the prisoners would attack you and take your weapon. But Nova wasn't concerned about that. The really bad actors here knew enough not to mess with him barehanded, and if they pulled a beam or projectile weapon and took him out, they knew the chances were excellent. They'd be dead before the next sunrise. Guard troops took care of their own, and if you attacked one, you attacked them all. They were protective of one another, but there were limits observed for the greater good. If you took a guard hostage and tried to use him or her or it for leverage, it got you and the guard and anybody within 100 meters turned into a smoking crater. No negotiation, no compromise. Just a big, sleek thermal bomb arcing out of the compound and onto your position. You couldn't hide, because the bomb zeroed in on the guard's implant, which couldn't be turned off or destroyed unless you knew exactly where it was, and that location was different for every guard on the planet. You'd have to completely skin the guard alive before finding it, and while that wasn't a deal-breaker for a lot of the planetary inmates, more in fact like a bonus for some of them, the catch was that even if you killed the guard, the implant kept working and reported its wearer dead, which meant the bomb was on its way, and not even a fleet of beasta with its tails on fire could get out of range in time. This was a big planet, but not so big that they couldn't find you. Knowing this tended to keep a lot of the more violent prisoners in line. Because of all this, not to mention his own considerable skills, Sergeant Nova Steele wasn't worried about going among the scum. Tough beings recognized each other, and nobody looked at him and saw an easy target. And besides all that, he had Blink. The comlink chirped again. "Steele," came the lieutenant's voice from it. "Yes, sir. You gonna play patty cake with those slime beetles all day, or are you coming in?" "On my way, Lieutenant." 7. Imperial-class Star Destroyer Devastator, en route to Horu's system. Darth Vader stood on the bridge of his warship, staring out through the forward viewport at the kaleidoscopic chaos of hyperspace. The effect, even moving at the relatively stately speed of a Star Destroyer, was akin to tumbling down an endless tunnel of amorphous, whirling patterns of light, starlight and nebulae smeared into impressionistic blotches by the ship's superluminal speed. He knew that even experienced spacers and Navy personnel often hesitated to look out at it. Standard operating procedure was to keep the thick slabs of transparasteel opaqued while traveling through the higher dimensional universe. There was something profoundly wrong about hyperspace, composed as it was of more than the 3 spatial and 1 temporal dimensions that most sentient species were used to. Looking too long into hyperspace promised madness, so the stories went. He had never heard of anyone actually succumbing to hyper-rapture, as it was called. Nevertheless, the legends persisted. Vader enjoyed staring into it. He had of late become aware of the sound of his breathing, the rhythmic and even pulses of the suit's respirator. The mechanical device that helped keep him alive was most efficient, and he usually tuned it out. Now and again, however, usually during quiet or contemplative moments, it would intrude, reminding him that it was the will of his master that he had become what he had become. In many ways, so much less than he had been before. And in other ways, so much more. The creation and construction of the suit had been perforce hasty, since the maimed and burned thing that had been Anakin Skywalker was dying, and would not have survived for long even in a Bacta tank. There had been no time to tailor all the life support systems specifically to his needs. Many of the suit's features were adapted from earlier technology, such as had been designed for the cyborg droid General Grievous over 2 decades before. It was hardly state-of-the-art. It could, Vader knew, be rebuilt now and made infinitely better, more comfortable and more powerful. There was only one problem with doing so. To be completely excised, even temporarily, from the suit would kill him. Not even the safety of the hyperbaric chamber, indeed not even his command of the dark side, could ensure his protection during such a procedure. Like it or not, the suit and he were one, now and forever. "Lord Vader," came the voice of the Devastator's captain from behind him. There was only the smallest hint of fear in it, but even that much was obvious to one steeped in the dark side of the Force. Vader felt it as an icy frisson along his nerves, a plangent chord that he alone could hear, a flash of lightning across a darkling plain. Fear was good, in others. "Yes." "We are approaching the drop back into real space." Vader turned and regarded the man. "And?" Captain Pychor swallowed. "Nothing else, my lord. I just thought to inform you." "Thank you, Captain. I am already aware of it." "Yes, my lord." The captain bowed and backed away. Inside the helmet, Vader smiled, though it caused him pain to make the expression. But pain was always with him. A little more meant nothing. It wasn't even necessary to call upon the dark side to deal with it. It was purely a matter of will. The smile faded as he contemplated the immediate future. This trip, he felt, should not be necessary. Governor Wilhuff Tarkin, Grand Moff Tarkin, as he had been recently designated, a ridiculous rank in Vader's opinion, knew his duty. He had been charged by the Emperor to create this behemoth that was supposed to strike fear into the hearts of the rebels, and certainly he knew what would happen to him if he failed in his duty. Tarkin's philosophy was sound. Fear was a useful tool, and the battle station would undoubtedly be useful, though the power all its vaunted weaponry and battleships could produce paled against the power of the Force. But the Emperor wished it, and so it would happen. There had been, however, setbacks. Accidents, sabotage, delays, and these were troubling to the Emperor. And so Palpatine had sent Vader to once again convey his displeasure at these setbacks to Tarkin's pet project, and to suggest, strongly, that the Grand Moff find ways to avoid them in the future. Tarkin was no fool. He would understand the message. Fail and suffer the consequences. The Devastator segued from the hallucinogenic chaos of hyperspace to the more stable vista of real space. Vader turned away from the view, his cape swirling about him. Now that they were nearly at their destination, he would be able to spend a few hours in his hyperbaric chamber, free at least of his helmet. Time to reflect on his memories, to allow his anger and rage to rise. And for a brief time the dark side would feed on that rage and free him of constant pain. The healing never lasted, however. It was impossible to maintain for long, even within the confines of the chamber. As soon as his anger ebbed and his concentration lapsed, he reverted to what he had become, to what Obi-Wan Kenobi, his erstwhile Jedi Master, had made of him. Most of the Jedi had been destroyed. Some of the few who mattered the most, however, had not. Some had escaped. Among them, Yoda. This was disturbing. Old as the green little imp with the querulous voice was, he could still be a threat. Most important, though, was the knowledge that Vader's nemesis still lived. He would have felt it through the Force if the old man had died, of that he was certain. And this was a good thing, a very good thing indeed, because someday, somehow, Obi-Wan Kenobi would pay for what he had done to Anakin Skywalker, and it would be Darth Vader who collected the toll. He would strike down Kenobi as he had so many of his fellow Jedi, be they Masters, Knights, or Padawans. Eventually, the inevitable would become reality, and the Jedi would be no more. That thought was worth another painful smile behind the ebon mask. 8. Grand Moff's suite, LQ flagship, Havilon. Sir, there has been an incident. Seated behind his desk, next to the panorama of his viewport, which occupied most of the wall to his right, Tarkin stared at the captain. An incident? Yes, sir. An explosion in the oxygen supply tanker arriving from the planet. It was just off the northeastern quadrisphere's main dock when it happened. How much damage? Uncertain, sir. There is still a lot of debris flying about. The tanker was destroyed. Fortunately, most of the crew were only droids, a few Navy beings and officers. Don't address trivial matters, Captain. How much damage to the station? So far, what we know for sure is that the dock portal and bay took the brunt of the explosion. Our security teams can only guess at... Then do so. The captain looked uneasy. Officers had been sent to the front for lesser offenses than delivering bad news, and he knew it. No doubt this was why the admiral in charge of security had not come to deliver the report himself. Sir, both the portal and dock are demolished. The bay is a mass of twisted girders and ruptured plates. Easier to tear it apart and start from scratch than to repair them. Tarkin would have spoken aloud the curse that rose from his throat had he been alone. But of course a mere captain could not be privy to such utterances from a Grand Moff. He simply said, I see. Emergency construction teams have arrived and are doing an assessment, the captain continued. A full report will be tendered as soon as possible. Tarkin nodded. Outwardly, he was calm, collected. His voice was cool and even as he said, I want the cause determined, Captain, without delay. A millimeter below the surface, however, he was seething with rage. How dare anyone damage a single bolt or rivet or weld of his station? Of course, sir, the officer replied. If it was a failure due to someone's error, I want to know. If it was sabotage, I will have the entire life history, or histories of whoever caused it, and the name of the senior officer who slipped up and allowed it to happen. Yes, sir. You are dismissed, Captain. Sir. The captain saluted, turned, and departed, a lot quicker on his feet than when he'd arrived. Tarkin stood and stared through the viewport at the infinite blackness, shot with points of light, so cold and empty out there. Well, before too long it would be fuller by an infinitesimal degree with the frozen and contorted body, or bodies of whoever was responsible for this outrage. Retribution would be swift and certain. That was the only way there would be even a remote possibility of making other would-be saboteurs think twice about imitating such a heinous act. At times like this, he wished Dela were here. Clever, beautiful, and utterly ruthless when the situation demanded it. She could be most diverting, a great relief for a man such as himself, beset on all sides as he was with weighty problems. But the only female admiral in the Imperial Navy was still stationed at the Maw with her 4 destroyers, protecting the hidden base where the battle station's plans and weaponry were in ongoing development. Abruptly, Tarkin made a decision. He waved his hand over the comm on his desk. Sir, came the immediate query from his aide. Is my ship prepared? Of course, sir. The aide's tone was polite, but with just a bit of surprise to indicate what an unnecessary question it was. Meet me at the flight deck. Yes, sir. Cautiously. Might one ask where we are going? To inspect the damage to the battle station from the explosion. I want to see it for myself. Yes, sir. Tarkin stood, feeling a glow of fierce satisfaction. He had not always been a desk-bound commander. He had spent plenty of time in the field. Now and again it served the rank and file to know that he was still capable of getting his hands dirty. Or bloody, depending on the situation. Grand Moff's lighter, 0.5 kilometers from the Death Star. Look to the forward viewport, sir, the pilot said. Tarkin, who had been poring over a schematic hologram of the station that showed where the damage was, turned and stared through the port at the real thing. It was indeed a mess. It appeared as if a giant hand had smashed the dock, then petulantly ripped sections of it loose and flung those into space. Debris of all sizes and shapes whirled and tumbled aimlessly, not having had time yet to settle into any sort of orbit. Tarkin's expression was pinched tight in anger, but his voice was level as he said, "Bring her around and let's have a closer look." "Sir." A pause. "There's a lot of debris, sir." "I can see that. I suggest you avoid running into it." The pilot swallowed dryly. "Yes, sir." As the pilot began to swing the small cruiser into a wide turn, Tarkin's aide approached. "Yes, Colonel?" "The forensic investigation team has a preliminary report, sir." "Really? This soon?" "You did indicate a desire for alacrity, sir." "Indeed." Tarkin offered the colonel a small, tight smile. "Hold off on the flyby," he instructed the pilot. "I'll take the report here." "Sir." The pilot was visibly relieved at this. A moment later, the holoprojector lit over the command console at which Tarkin stood, displaying a one-third sized image of a security force major standing at attention. "Sir," the major said, giving a military bow. Tarkin made an impatient gesture. "What do we have, Major?" The major reached off-image to touch a control, and a second holo-image blossomed next to him. It was that of an Imperial gas tanker. As Tarkin watched, the images grew larger and translucent as the point of view zoomed closer. A flashing red dot appeared toward the rear of the ship, and the POV zoomed in closer still to reveal the interior of the vessel. From the dispersal pattern of the ship's interior and hull, which we backtracked by computer reconstruction, the source of the explosion was here. The officer pointed into the hologram, only his hand and pointing finger becoming visible in the blown-up image before Tarkin's eyes. "In the aft cargo hold. The precise location was plus or minus a meter of the pressure valve complex on the starboard tank array." "Go on." "Given the size of the tanks and the pressure, the oxygen is liquefied, of course, and the estimated explosive potential and expansion, we have calculated that a leak and subsequent accidental ignition of expanding gas in an enclosed compartment is highly unlikely to have produced the level of damage recorded." Tarkin nodded, almost to himself. "Sabotage, then," he said. "A bomb." "We believe so, sir." The image zoomed back out to encompass the major again. "We have not yet recovered parts of the device itself, but we will." Tarkin gritted his teeth, feeling his jaw muscles bunch. He made an effort to relax, giving the major another of his tight smiles. "Congratulate your team on their efforts thus far, Major. I am pleased with your efficiency." "Thank you, sir." The man smiled. "But don't pat yourselves on the backs too much just yet. I want to know what kind of bomb it was, who made it, who planted it, everything." The major stiffened again. "Yes, sir. We will report as soon as we have new information." "You're already late with it," Tarkin said. "Dismissed." The holo blinked off, and Tarkin stared into the blank space that was left, as if looking for answers. Sabotage was, of course, to be expected. This wasn't the first time it had happened, and it almost certainly would not be the last. A project this size, no matter how tight the security, was impossible to keep entirely hidden. An astute observer could gather a number of disparate facts from far-flung sources, shipping manifests, troop movements, vessel deployments, and the like, and from those, if he had even the cleverness of a sun-stroked Gungan, deduce some general ideas. He might not know exactly what or precisely where, but he could figure out that something big was being constructed, and with sufficient resources, time, and cunning, this being and others like him could discover a trail that led back to this system and this station. There were shrewd beings among the rebels. Tarkin had no doubt of that, and there were more than likely rebels among the human detritus down on the prison planet, perhaps even traitors among the Imperial Navy or troops. A very tight lid was being kept on this project. Communications had been and continued to be squeezed tighter than a Durasteel fist. But somebody had blown up that cargo ship, and had not done so just because they were bored and had nothing better to do. Such travesties could not be abided, nor would they be. 9. Interior Office Annex, Assembly Hall, Construction Site Beta 9, Death Star. He had a name, Bennett Steinex, and anybody who knew anything about architecture recognized it. Steinex? Oh, sure, the designer. The one who still gets written up regularly in Being's Holozine. The one whose price was always more than one could imagine, let alone afford. Among themselves, the staff doing the interiors referred to him as the old man. Old he was, too. Tila guessed his age at 3, maybe 4 times her own, and she was nearing 25 standard years. Human, with more wrinkles than hyperspace, the chief architect was. The head of interior design and construction, and still mentally as sharp as a vibroblade. He waved at the holo, which glimmered blue and white over the projector in front of them, depicting the schematics for the finished assembly hall. "What do you think, Cars?" Standing next to him in the recently pressurized but still cold office annex, Tila knew she was once again being tested. Every time she was around the old man, he did that. She'd heard that it took a while for him to trust you, but once he did, you were golden in his eyes. It seemed that everybody worth the salt in their bodies who worked for him wanted him to feel that way. And why shouldn't they? A missive of recommendation from Steinex, even just a line or two, was worth just about any conceivable torture one could imagine and endure. It was a ticket for the hyperlane that could lead to wealth, fame, and the most desirable thing of all, freedom. The freedom to design what one wished, to give free rein to one's artistic expression, to create something that might truly outlast the ages, that might... Tila realized that the old man was waiting patiently for an answer to his question. She shrugged. "It's standard imperial design? Works enough to serve?" The old man gave her a slow, disappointed look. "But," she continued, "if you want it to work well, then the egress and exit portals need to be relocated." She pulled the finger-sized electronic scribe from her belt, thumbed the eraser stud, and waved it at the drawing. "Here, here, and here," she continued, "and possibly there as well." The portals vanished as she gestured, replaced by skeletal wall lines. Quickly she sketched in new doors. "Reposition these portals, skew the walkways like so, the flow-through improves at least 25% like the presentation says. Doesn't cost any more." The old man smiled and nodded, pleased. "What about the ventilation?" "Specs call for a superannuated system 4, and what you need is a minimum of a 5. A 6 would be better." "The Empire deems a 4 adequate?" "The idiot who drew up the engineering specs was interested in saving money. If he had to sit in this hole with 4,000 other beings, each putting out between 60 and 140 watts of heat, and copious amounts of carbon dioxide, not to mention various body odors, while listening to some long-winded admiral blather on for 2 hours, he'd upgrade the air exchangers as soon as he could get to a requisition form." The old man laughed. "I can see why you were sent to prison. Political delicacy is not one of your strong points, is it?" She shrugged. "Form follows function." The defense of the idealist. "I will grant you that the Empire is slow to learn basic architectural concepts." He nodded at the 3-dimensional image. "All right, make the portal changes. I'll allow a 5 for the exchangers. What else?" Tila could not stop her grin. She was a political prisoner of the Empire, but at least she was being allowed to do work she knew how to do. As vast as the project was, they needed all the help they could get, and she was very good at her job. The old man knew it, even though he kept verbally poking at her every time they spoke. He himself was a willing tool of the Empire, but he had designed everything from refreshers to super sky towers, skyhooks to sports stadiums, and he had forgotten more than most architects learned in a lifetime of study. She had trained with some of the best, and she knew the hand of a master when she felt it. She didn't enjoy being tested like a third-year arcology student this way, but she also felt a little surge of pride every time the old man smiled and nodded at one of her suggestions. It was good to be acknowledged by someone of his ability. As she pointed out other inefficiencies in the standard design, however, she felt it again. That tiny twinge, that brief moment of discomfort. She was working for the empire, a thing she had sworn she would never do. Helping design a vessel that would, in all probability, be the most fearsome weapon the galaxy had ever seen. While it was true that improving the biometrics and seating pattern in an assembly hall was not the same as devising a super laser that could melt moons, still, one was either a factor in something's success or a factor in its failure. Working for the enemy, said the little voice she sometimes heard in her head. She often visualized it as a miniature version of herself, shaking a chastising finger. How sad is that? Not as if I had a choice, is it? She replied mentally. Nobody asked me if I wanted the job now, did they? You could have turned it down, the avatar of her conscience shot back, and been sent back to that serpent's nest of a planet to rot and die? To what end? Her inner self fell silent. We can't do that, the old man said to her suggestion of natural lighting in the complex. I have limits. She nodded. She had thought that would be his response, but there was no harm in asking. The old man had considerable power when it came to design alterations. Several times Tila had seen specifications upgraded and improved to heights well beyond what she had expected. This project had support at the highest levels, while the admirals who controlled the credits were always trying to pinch and hold on to as many as they could. Nobody was going to stint on anything that would make it function as intended. Too bad the original designers hadn't had that mandate. Tila hadn't seen all of the master plans. She didn't think anybody below the old man's standing had seen all of them, but there were plenty of design flaws in the sub-plans she had reviewed. Nothing so major that the place would fail to function or fall apart if somebody bumped into a wall. But enough little bits and pieces here and there said without a doubt that the designers had paid less attention to details than they should have. Another draft or two of the schematics would have corrected most of those. Many were being caught and fixed on the fly, such as she had just done. Poorly placed entrances and exits, less than adequate ventilation systems, thermal vents badly located, the usual minutiae that cropped up in big construction projects. There was just more of it. But then there was a lot more vessel for mistakes to happen in, wasn't there? This Death Star was, after all, as big as a Class 4 moon, with a minimum of over 1 million beings making up the crew. Nothing this size had ever been built before, at least as far as Tila was aware. What it all came down to was she would do what she could do. Working for the Empire was bad, no getting around that. But not as bad as living in a makeshift hut on a world that was, for the most part, either jungle or swamp, and whose inhabitants would sooner kill you than look at you. After all, what could she do? Architecture wasn't exactly the sort of exciting and dashing thing that people could rally around. She would, in all probability, just get herself killed if she tried to aid the rebels. But by doing what she knew how to do, she might actually save a few lives, or at least make those lives more comfortable. Yes, those lives would belong to servants of the Empire. But after all, not every single being here was evil. As rationalizations went, that one wasn't so bad. Her inner self almost bought it. 10. Medical frigate Medstar 4, polar orbit, despair. The secretary droid C-4MEO stood gyroscopically balanced on its single wheel in the hallway as Yulie exited the surgery theater. The procedure had been routine, an operation to graft in a new liver for a Wookiee slave injured in the recent explosion at the construction site. Some of the enslaved species were considered expendable, as there were always more potential conscripts on the planet below. But Wookiees were too valuable to lose, a colonel had told him. They were worth 3 of just about any other worker, and Yulie had already heard it at least 10 times since he'd gotten here. If you want a job done right, get a Wookiee to do it. They were able to better withstand the temperature extremes of vacuum. They had more endurance than the other species, and their work ethic was unimpeachable. They seemed incapable of giving less than 100%, even on a project they had been conscripted for. The only drawback was that their vacuum suits had to be specially made to accommodate their huge, hairy forms. Yulie had wondered why he'd seen so many of them when he'd arrived. He'd soon realized that, like himself, they were not here by choice. "Dr. Divini," the droid said in its pleasing tenor. "How are you?" "As well as can be expected, Formio. Is there something you need?" "I am quite self-sufficient, thank you, Doctor, but Commander Hotiz would like to see you when it is convenient." Inwardly, Yuli groaned. He'd been pretty much on the go ever since he'd gotten here, and now that his rotation was finally over, he'd been looking forward to some sleep. "Did he sound urgent?" "Actually, sir, his precise words were, 'Get Divini's butt up here on the double.'" The droid did a perfect imitation of Hotiz's voice. Yuli had to smile at that. Hotiz might be a career man, but he was honest and direct in his speech and actions. And he was just another cog in the Empire's giant machine. No point in blaming him for the situation. Yuli was wearing surgical blues, which he did not waste time changing. While standard service protocols ordinarily required more formal dress when attending a commanding officer in a non-combat area on board a ship, the medical units were less stringent. Most medics were draftees and didn't give a Poseidon's pahoot what the Navy thought of them anyhow. They were just hoping to get out and go home. And like him, any doctor worth his laser scalpel knew he, she, or it was far too valuable to be stuck in a brig for failing to observe some piddling uniform code. The Empire was sometimes hidebound and slow, but not altogether foolish. When Yuli entered, Hotiz was seated behind his desk, tapping his fingers rapidly on two different input consoles. Hollow images danced and flashed over the consoles as the codes flowed. It was impressive to watch, like seeing someone able to write in two languages at the same time, one with each hand. "Sit. Be with you in a few seconds." Yuli parked himself in the chair, a flow-form device that hummed and adjusted itself to his contours for a perfect support. Sitting down was a mistake, he belatedly realized. If he leaned back, he could fall asleep faster than... Hotiz, true to his word, jarred Yuli from his doze only a few seconds later. "The construction crew has gotten a couple of equatorial med stations operational, not full-service plexes, but they have 2 surgery suites, pre-op and recovery rooms, and 20 medical beds each, not to mention back-to-tank wards, nursing stations, supply rooms, offices, you know the drill. More than a RIMSU, less than a med center. And I want you to go run one." "I'm not an administrator," Yuli said. "Teach your grandfather how to put his boots on, son. I know you're not an administrator, but we're shy a few dozen of those right now. Construction is running ahead of schedule, at least in our field, and we're slow getting fresh help. You're qualified as chief surgeon, and I'll send Formio along to handle the secretarial stuff. We need 3 surgeons and a couple of internal medicine docs, all with broad species experience, plus nurses, aides, orderlies, and some computer operators. It's no worse than running a clinic. Caseloads will be mostly workers getting banged up, some infections, age-related illnesses, the usual med-surg stuff on a construction site, nothing you can't handle. If you get bogged down, you can call for help." There was no way out of this, Yuli realized. Still, he couldn't resist asking, "Why me?" "Well, frankly, son, I don't have anybody else I can spare." What did it matter? Yuli asked himself. Here, there, or somewhere else. It was all the same, really. This wasn't a combat situation like so many in the past had been. Nevertheless, he could feel a tiny worm of uneasiness begin to writhe slowly in his gut. "All right," he said. "Thought you'd say that. Not like you have much of a choice. Pack your gear. You'll leave on the 3rd shift shuttle." As Yuli headed for his quarters to gather his few belongings, he considered his life yet again. It had been 2 decades since his first assignment on Drongar. He'd helped staff a few more RIMSUs since then, and when the Clone Wars had ended, he'd been more than ready to practice in the private sector. But that wasn't the life he'd been dealt. And now, when he should have been long free of his bondage, he was going to yet another post, this time on the behemoth called the Death Star. Generally, he tried not to think about Drongar, even after all this time. Reminiscing led to certain memories that were too painful. But he couldn't help but remember a phrase that the scrappy little Celestin reporter Den Dur had often used. "I've got a bad feeling about this." Right, Yuli thought. Slashtown Prison Colony. Despair. Ratua first heard the rumor from Balatees, the Phofihian spice smuggler. Balatees had over the years developed numerous contacts, and perhaps not surprisingly, many of them had ended up here. As a result, he always seemed to have good sources of information. The price you had to pay to hear that information was to listen to his sad story of unjust treatment by the heartless empire. Spice smuggling by itself usually wasn't enough to rate a trip to the prison planet for a life sentence, but Balatees had been involved in an unfortunate accident while being pursued by an Imperial patrol near the Zaran moon, Gal. Realizing that his ship would soon be overtaken by the Navy gunboat chasing him, Balatees had jettisoned his illegal cargo. The drug, packed securely in a block of carbonite the size of a luggage trunk, had hurtled down Gal's gravity well and punched a large hole into the outer hull of a barracks housing a large unit of TIE fighter mechanics. The hole was big enough that 30 of the hapless mechanics had been blown through it and into vacuum by the explosive decompression, and a dozen more had run out of air before the emergency and repair droids could reseal the compartment. Not to mention the other 50 or so who had died immediately from the impact. The carbonite block had been traveling at about 2 kilometers a second and had left a crater 30 meters in diameter. It had been an accident, pure and simple, and the odds against the block striking one structure in a few thousand square kilometers of utter emptiness were so large that calculating them would have caused a throbbing headache in a given. Needless to say, the Empire hadn't seen it like that. Ratua had heard the story enough times that he knew it almost word for word. The smuggler had been tried, convicted, and put on a ship to Despair, all in less than a standard week's time. Ratua had heard it said that Phofihians were great raconteurs, entertaining enough to keep their audience spellbound. And the foe's story had been interesting. The first 5 or 6 times Ratua had heard it, but he'd lost count of how many times it had been told to him by now. And the foe couldn't be hurried along. Ratua had to sit and smile and pretend to be interested, offering sympathy in the right places, nodding, clucking his tongue, and shaking his head in amazement. Or the smuggler would get miffed and wouldn't reveal what he had recently learned. It was rather like performing a well-rehearsed play. If Ratua did his part correctly, he'd be rewarded. Flub his lines, and he'd be left joyless. "Truly, truly, you have been mistreated," he said. "So unfair." Balatees nodded. "I have, indeed I have. Sad. There is no justice." Ratua judged that they were at the point where he could now ask, "So, any news?" "As it happens, my leafy friend, yes. I have it on dependable authority that the Engsat complex and Ibersine engineering systems have begun production on the largest focusing magnet ever built, the Gauss equivalent of a small iron moon's field, so they say." "Well, that's, interesting," Ratua said. "Probably the most exciting thing this year at the Interstellar Conference of dull and boring science twits. My apologies for any inadvertent rudeness, my young sprout, but you know naught about which you jest." Balatees glanced up at the ceiling, but was clearly intending that his gaze pierce the roof and extend into space. "Yon construction upon which so many of our fellows have been conscripted to menial labor, along with thousands and thousands of slaves, droids, and private contractors, not to mention Army, Navy, and Imperial engineers, is the destination for this colossal apparatus." "Yeah, so? Well, let me enlighten you. Beams of coherent particles, such as electrons, positrons, and the like, as well as amplified photon emissions, are often focused with large magnetic rings. Let us postulate that one could in this fashion generate a weaponized beam with enough force to blow a large asteroid apart with a single blast. Is there such a thing? In theory, yes, though it requires a power source so large as to be impractical to perambulate, even on a star destroyer. But, Balatees continued, raising one phalange in emphasis, aboard something the size of, say, a moon, one could easily install and house such a mechanism." "You're saying the battle station they're building up there is going to be that large?" Oh my, yes, easily. But this is not the point. The magnetic ring being built by Diversign is much, much larger than would be needed to focus such a beam, even a beam of such astonishing power. Rachua frowned. You've lost me. The smuggler smiled. Let us say, for the sake of argument, that the battle station under construction is large enough to hold, 6 or 8 such weapons, as well as a hypermatter reactor that could power a small planet, and that it is possible to focus all of this energy into a single beam by the largest and most powerful magnetic ring ever made. He looked expectantly at Rachua. Milking Mopac, Rachua said softly. Indeed, indeed. I see you comprehend at last. Not so dull and boring after all, eh? Rachua shook his head. That was for sure. If the Empire could make something like that work, there wouldn't be any place a rebel force could hide. The superweapon could, with a single blast, destroy whole continents. Maybe even whole planets. Just knowing such a thing existed, it seemed, would be enough to keep the peace. You certainly wouldn't want to see it coming into your system with malign intent. Rachua was not the political type. He'd never cared much who was in charge, since he lived on the fringes anyhow, and now that he was condemned to spend the rest of his life on this dreadful planet, it mattered even less. If the rebels somehow won out against the Empire, a thing that seemed beyond possibility, especially given this latest news, they wouldn't be likely to offer him amnesty for his crimes any more than the Empire had. Sure, there were some political prisoners here who might be freed, but thieves and smugglers and murderers wouldn't be going anywhere, no matter who won the war. Even those who had truly been unjustly convicted, as he and Balates had been, couldn't expect commutation. No, he was doomed, it seemed, to rot here on despair for the remainder of his days. But if he could somehow manage to secure a spot on that station, he could be reasonably certain of 2 things. 1, it wouldn't be hanging around the Horuz system very long after it was operational. And 2, it would be one of the safest places in all the galaxy. All things considered, there would be a much better place to be than here. Unfortunately, Rachua had no particular talents that would make an Imperial recruiter want to choose him for station-side duty. Probably the Empire had little need of a scrounger on such a vessel. Still, when you considered it, on a station the size of a planetoid, a single being could easily escape official notice. Once there, he could fade into the shadows and, with a bit of luck, become effectively invisible. There had to be literally millions of places to hide up there. The problem was, up there might as well mean the other side of the galaxy as long as he was down here. Still, it might not be an insurmountable problem. Let me get you a mug of tea, Rachua said, and we can continue our talk. 11. Imperial-class Star Destroyer, Devastator. Refreshed from his time in the hyperbaric chamber, Darth Vader once more contemplated his unique fate. He had become accustomed to what he was, for the most part. It was hard after all these years to even visualize the face of Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Knight. But that was as it should be. Skywalker was dead. He'd been killed on the bank of one of the lava rivers of Mustafar, and the Sith Lord, Darth Vader, had risen from his ashes. He became once again aware of his breathing, and the demand respirator sped up as he let the dark side take him, let it envelop him in anger and hatred. The power of the Force flowed into him, filling him, fueling his rage. It was, as always, his choice. He could absorb the dark energy, keep it pent within him, a no longer quite human capacitor that could discharge at any time, directing it toward anyone or anything. Or he could let it flow through him now, be not the vessel but the conduit, and thereby find momentary surcease from the fury that was always so much a part of him. He decided on the latter. He left his lightsaber clipped to his belt. Ordinarily, he would have used it to practice on the dueling droids that had been specially designed and constructed to test his mettle. Programmed with the knowledge and skills of a dozen different martial artists, and armed with deadly cutting or impact weapons, they were formidable opponents indeed, and had been an integral part of Sith training since time immemorial. But not everything was about the lightsaber. There were other attributes, other weapons in his arsenal that needed exercising as well. Vader inhaled, holding the dry and slightly bitter air for as long as his scarred lungs could manage it. When he allowed the breath to be drawn from him by the respirator, he thrust his right hand toward a nearby mirror. The aluminized densicris shattered into 1,000 pieces, struck by the dark side as if by a metal fist. Vader was aware of the unbreakable substance, splintering and falling, tinkling onto the floor, myriad reflections sparkling in the light as they seemed to move in slow motion. At the same time, the Force alerted him to the presence of someone in the doorway behind him. "Yes," he said, without turning to look. He knew who it was by the greasy feel of the man's thoughts. Had he been unable to sense those, the mere fact that the intruder had come here to interrupt his exercises would have been enough to reveal his identity. No one else would dare. "My lord," said Admiral Motti, "Grand Moff Tarkin requests a word with you." Vader turned, surprised. Why would Tarkin seek an audience now? Yes, the man knew he was on the way to the construction site, but it was bad protocol to break comm silence. Whatever the ostensible reason, it was a certainty that a hidden agenda lay behind it. Tarkin's deviousness could flummox a room full of Neimoidian barristers, Vader reflected. Fortunately, the Force was a most useful tool against such intrigue. Without a word, Vader swept past the Admiral and headed for the privacy of his quarters. Motti's mind was not weak, but the emotions roiling beneath the calm exterior made his thoughts easy enough to sense. Could he have struck Vader dead in that moment, he would have. The man's mind was a cauldron of seething anger, of hatred and envy, most of which was directed toward Vader. A pity Motti had no connection to the Force, the Dark Lord mused. He could have proved most useful. "Lord Vader," the hollow of Tarkin said. The greeting and the slight bow with it were stiff and formal. The image was full-sized, if a bit transparent and fuzzy, occupying the holoplate in Vader's anteroom, as if the governor were standing before him. Vader studied the simulacrum. Whatever the issue was that had prompted Tarkin to call, it wasn't a small one. The man's face was even more dour and saturnine than usual. "Grand Moff Tarkin," Vader said. He made no effort to disguise an edge of contempt for the title. The military did love its pecking order. Tarkin wasn't a man to dally with pleasantries. He got straight to the point. "There has been an explosion on the battle station. Sabotage. Significant damage. And? We have determined several suspects in its cause. And? Our medical teams have not yet received the first supply shipment of mind probes." Vader nodded. "I see. You wish me to examine these suspects?" "Yes. If there are any preparations you need to make, speed is of the essence. It is paramount that we determine who caused this incident and why, and deal with it forcefully." "I need no preparations. My ship will arrive in a few hours. I shall speak to the prisoners as soon as I board your vessel. Have them ready. I will determine who among them are responsible." Tarkin gave him another crisp military nod. "We look forward to your visit, Lord Vader." Vader gestured for the comm unit to disconnect without responding. Yes, he thought, I'm sure you do. This was most interesting news. If the Rebel Alliance was responsible, and who else could it be? This action certainly gave the lie to the official image of the dissidents as disorganized rabble posing no real threat. Vader felt a small ember of satisfaction glow within him. He had known for some time that the malcontents were growing, both in organization and in power. They had staged guerrilla raids on space stations and supply depots, had managed to obtain military materiel and warcraft from sympathetic industrial and shipyard designers, and had allied themselves with many alien species, playing upon the latter's resentment at being reduced to inferior status in the eyes of the new order. They were more than just a motley collection of wild-eyed idealists. They now numbered among their ranks former Imperial strategists, programmers, and technicians, and their network of spies was growing more intricate daily. They were scum, true enough, but enough scum could clog any system, even one as complex and pristine as the Empire. They had to be dealt with, and they would be. This Death Star of Tarkin's could be effective to a degree, but one need not use a proton torpedo to swat a fire gnat. Vader turned and left his chambers. The dark side would tell him who the miscreants were. Tell him, and deal with them as well. 12. The Soft Heart Cantina, Southern Underground, Grid 19, Imperial City. Mima Ruthus frowned at the delivery droid. Local weather systems were acting up, and the air was hot, too moist and cloying, not to mention smelling of lube and a hint of rotting garbage drifting through from the alley behind her cantina. She had been up late and arisen early. She already felt lousy, and she certainly didn't need this latest piece of bad news. "Excuse me, I don't think I heard you correctly. Please repeat that." The droid, a standard loader-unloader utility model, said again, "Your liquor shipment has been delayed. Our dispatcher tenders apologies for the mistake." "And what are my customers supposed to drink in the meanwhile? Water?" The droid's basic intelligence was sufficient for making liquor deliveries. It wasn't up to sarcasm. "Water is drinkable by all sentient carbon-based beings." "Yes, and even here, it is free from any Imperial tap." The droid did not respond to that. Mima shook her head in disgust, a human mannerism she'd picked up. It was pointless to argue with the droid. Might as well argue with the ferment dispensers under the bar. "All right. When may I expect the shipment?" "Tomorrow." "Well, I guess I'll just have to make do somehow, won't I?" That question was evidently also beyond the droid's comprehension. Sighing, Mima waved it away. Rodo, who had been in the front repairing a broken hinge caused by the impact of a combative patron, came back to the delivery portal. "Problem?" "Yes. Today's delivery. There isn't one." Mima turned to look at him. "Do I detect some kind of meaning in that monosyllable?" "It's probably nothing," Rodo replied. "But I saw the Food Staples air truck fan past Kenlu's market this morning without stopping. They get their deliveries same day as we do." The market was 2 buildings down, on the other side of a vacant shop that had once housed exotic off-world pets. Some kind of exobiotic plague had run through the animal stock 7 months back, and half of them had died. The Empire had quarantined the place, had the remaining creatures put down, and that was the end of that. The building had sat empty ever since. She pulled herself back to Rodo's comment. "What are you getting at?" The big man shrugged. "Just seems odd that 2 businesses right next to each other with service from different delivery companies would both get bypassed on the same day." "A coincidence," she said. "When I was with the Strike Birds, we had a saying, coincidence can get you killed." Rodo yawned and stretched his arms over his head, displaying muscles that would make a whiphid look scrawny. "Maybe I'll check around," he said. "See if Chuntes and Ligabos are also having delivery problems." "And if they are?" He shrugged. "Then it means something." She couldn't help the exasperated tone that crept into her voice. "Like what?" Rodo shrugged again. "Dunno. Could be a lot of things. Maybe just problems with dispatcher programs. Maybe the start of somebody trying to depress real estate values so we can buy up the block. Hard to say. Could be nothing at all." Mima nodded slowly, not quite sure what to make of Rodo's sudden and studied casualness. "Yeah, well, we're going to have to dust off some of the reserve stock to get through tonight's crowd. And even then it'll be iffy." He nodded. "I'll be back before the evening crush," he said. He headed for the mouth of the alley, and she went back inside. Rodo's worry aside, A missed delivery was probably nothing to be concerned about, Mima told herself. There was, after all, a war on, and little glitches were to be expected, even if the war never actually came close to this planet, save for a few incidences of sabotage. And what rebel with half a brain was going to come down to the southern underground to blow something up? Here, where there was a good chance somebody would waylay him and steal everything he had on him, including his bomb. Unless you knew your way around these parts, it was risky being a tourist without a couple of armed guards. Plus, there weren't any targets down here that would make much of a headline in the holocasts. Who cared about the slums below the streets, anyhow? She thought then of those eyes who'd been in the other night. Yeah, okay, that had been unusual. But whatever their reasons, it wasn't as if there was anything covert going on. Was it? Mima snorted. Probably some computer had burped somewhere and lost a couple of routing files. As long as it was a one-time glitch, she could live with that. After all, where local government was concerned, it wasn't as if she had a lot of choice these days. NCO Cantina, ISD Steel Talon. The NCO Cantina was half full, the air blowers working hard to get rid of the smoke and body odors, and almost succeeding. MCPO 10 Granite sat across the four-person table from Olzal Ern, the second watch chief from the starboard array. Both humans had their elbows on the table, right hands clasped in arm-wrestling position. Their left hands were linked on the tabletop. Ern was bigger, 12, maybe 15 kilos heavier, 10 years younger, and he liked to pump iron. So he had the muscles of a weightlifter. To look at them, it should be no contest. Ern clearly had the advantage. "You about ready, old man?" Ern said. "Just a second." Ten freed his left hand, grabbing his frosted mug, and took a long swallow of ferment. He put the mug down, grinned, and relinked with Ern's left hand. "Good when you are, Olzal." A dozen members of both gunnery crews and a couple of deck polishers stood around the table watching as both men settled in, the muscles on their arms beginning to bunch slightly. Other than that, the clasped hands could have been molded in Durasteel. "5 on Chief Ern, 30 seconds max," one of Ern's gunners said. "I got that," somebody on 10's crew said. 10 on CPO Granite, one of the proton railers, also of 10's crew, chimed in. "Time on that?" a woman asked. "As long as it takes." "I'll take that bet." "Hey, numbers. How much does our side win?" 10 asked. Numbers was a given, a species of beings who were on the whole obsessed with mathematics. Only a few dozen givens had been conscripted, but their ability to survive for short periods, unsuited in hard vacuum, even more than their aptitude for juggling integers, had resulted in more favored treatment than most other non-humanoids got from the Empire. Numbers had an uncanny ability to do all manner of arithmetic in his head almost as fast as a droid. Now was no exception. 10 had no sooner posed the question than the gaunt creature replied, 85 credits among us, 20 in your pocket. "Counting your money, 10? You gotta beat me first, don't you?" "Oh, that." With a quick snap of his wrist and flexion of his chest and shoulders, 10 slammed Ern's hand to the tabletop. It took maybe an entire second. He let go of the other man's hand to a smattering of applause and cheers. Ern looked stunned. He rubbed his biceps. "Milking son of a Tairn," he said. "How the cark did you do that?" 10 grinned. "Clean living, Chief." The truth was otherwise, but only he knew it. Back in a dust-up during the final days of the Clone Wars, when he'd been an assistant gunner on his first assignment, some idiot of a loader had switched leads on a heavy capacitor and then forgotten to set the safeties. As soon as the discharger opened it, the cap had blown and showered the gun crew with shrapnel, a piece of which had severed the tendon connecting 10's right pectoral muscle to his arm. It had been lucky for the loader that he'd been killed instantly. Otherwise, those of the crew who weren't already maimed or dead would have made it a point to see him die slowly. When the medic had reconnected the tendon in 10's upper body, he hadn't liked the old attachment, which had gotten pretty banged up by the piece of hot metal, so he'd done an organic screw embed and reattached the ligament a little lower. It looked fine, and eventually the screw was reabsorbed, leaving nothing more than a tiny bone nub. The result of this creative endeavor had been about a 25 or 30% improvement on the leverage in his right arm. With a little training, Ten's right pectoral was effectively almost half again as strong as his left. It didn't look it wasn't any larger, but the result was nonetheless impressive. It had won him a lot of bar bets on arm wrestling contests over the years. Numbers slid a little stack of credits under Ten's mug. "You're cut, Chief." "My elderly mother thanks you kindly, son." He looked at Ern. "So I buy the next round?" "Works for me," the bigger man said. "No dishonor in being beaten by the best." The chief grinned. "Give me a couple of days to heal up, we can have a rematch." "Always happy to take a fellow Navy man's money." After the watchers had gone back to their own brews, Ern said, "So what's the scud on the new battle station?" "The Death Star?" Ten lowered his voice to a conspiratorial level. "I hear that anybody who can hit a reciplex wall from a meter away can have a berth if he wants it. But if you can really shoot, they'll let you run the big guns, including one that'll make our biggest weapons look like pocket slug throwers." "No kidding?" "Guys like us, we got no problem," Ten continued. "All we have to do is ask." "You gonna go for it?" "Now you're kidding. I'm a lifer, why wouldn't I? When this thing is finished, nothing anybody anywhere can field against it will even scratch the finish. Running a gun that will pop star destroyers like soap bubbles, maybe even knock a moon out of orbit. What kind of gunner would pass that up?" He grinned. "Bigger is better. I hear security will be tight. No leaves once you sign on until after the station becomes operational. And this is different from what we're now doing. How? Besides, look at the size of it. It's going to be like living on a moon, or in one. Thousands of decks. You can scan it and plug it so that everything a man could want will be somewhere in that sucker. Who needs shore leave when all you have to do is punch up the turbo lift?" Ern aloud as how Ten's evaluation of the Death Star's prurient possibilities made much sense. Both men drank more of their ales. "I've already told my exec I'm ready to sign on," Ten said. "Soon as they get a gun working, enough air to breathe, and enough gravity to tell which way's up, I'm there." "Speaking of everything a man could want," Ern said. He nodded at the door. Ten turned. Ah, a pair of civilian workers from Supply. Young, good-looking femmes stood there, having come no doubt to check out a place where real men drank. "I like the blonde," Ern said. "Fine by me," Ten said. "Hair's all the same color in the dark." Ern stood. "Good evening, ladies. Might my father and I buy you both drinks?" The two young women smiled. Ten gave them his best grin in return, feeling the contentedness that only liquor and competitive victory could bring. A good job, the respect of people you worked with, and a nice-looking female sitting next to him in a cantina full of excellent ortolan blue ferment. How much better could life get? 13. Pilot's Pub, Rec Deck, ISD Steel Talon. Vil Dance had a stack of 10th credit coins balanced on his upturned elbow, up to a dozen now. Around him, other pilots were making bets on whether he'd make it. So far, so good. He took another sip of his ale. The game was simple. You pointed your elbow like a gun sight and aimed in front of you, forearm held at a 90-degree angle and parallel to the floor. With your open palm next to your ear and facing the ceiling, you snapped your hand down and tried to catch the coins balanced on your elbow before they fell. Anybody could do one. Most could do 3 or even 4. Once you got past 10, it was harder. Vil's personal best was 18, so a dozen wasn't that hard. It was a hand-eye coordination test, and if you were a pilot, you'd better have that in a goodly amount. The trick was to snap your cupped hand down fast enough so that you got to the coins while they were still stacked together. After a few centimeters free fall in normal gravity, they started to break from the stack, and once that happened, you couldn't pull it off. The movement had to be fast, but it also had to be smooth. The slightest off-angle jerk would torque the stack enough to separate the coins. You could manage most of them if that happened, but you'd miss some, guaranteed. It wasn't as though the honor of the squad or anything was riding on him, but Vil did have a reputation to keep up. His times on the pilot reaction drills were always in the top 2 or 3, and that's what this was, essentially, a test of reflexes. There were other species, like the Faline, for example, who could catch 20 or more with no problem whatsoever, but few humans could manage even 10, other than acrobats, martial arts masters, and pilots. Come on, Dance, you're slower than a Ronto in 8 Gs. That was Benjo. Yeah, while we're young, Ral added. Well, some of us anyway. Vil grinned, snapped his hand down, and grabbed the dozen tenths, no problem. Easy money, he said. There was a moment of surprised silence among the squad. Then, 5 says he can't do 14. I'll take that bet. 10 says he can. Odds? Odds. What do I look like, a Toydarian bookie? Even. While the pilots argued, Vil collected 2 more coins from a stack on the table. 14, eh? Still 4 less than his top number, though he didn't see any real point in mentioning that, right? The scramble horn blared, a series of short, insistent hoots. The pilots dropped the chatter along with whatever else they were holding, except for their credits, which they stuffed into pockets as they ran toward the exit. Vil set his mug down on the table and followed. There had been only 1 swallow of ale left. It would have taken all of 2 seconds to finish it, but when the horn howled, you stopped whatever you were doing right that instant and hauled butt for your station. First, it was the right thing to do. Everybody knew that. Second, you never knew when an Imperial holocam might be watching you, and if you got caught dragging your feet during a call to station, instead of being a crack TIE pilot, you might find yourself transferred to a few months of droid duty, scrubbing out garbage bins and latrine holding tanks. And third, Vil liked flying even more than he liked drinking. Gotta be a drill, somebody said. Not likely another prison break after that last batch we cooked. Vil didn't speak to that. Somewhat to his surprise, he'd had a couple of uncomfortable nights after that experience. Yes, they had been criminal scum, and it was his job to stop said scum, and they had been shooting at him. But even so, it hadn't been a real contest. The Lambda hadn't had a chance. He'd blown that ship out of vac and watched the remnants of the crew whirl through the coldness, freezing in clouds of their own bodily fluids. One tended to think about it as shooting blips, like in the holosims, not people. But seeing the carnage that had resulted from his weapons had... Well, let's be honest here, Vil told himself, since it's all just between me. The truth was, he'd had a few dreams. No, not dreams. Dreams were innocuous fragments of this and that, things like not having studied for a test, or flying without a craft, or being naked in public. These hadn't been dreams. These had been nightmares. Thankfully, he'd forgotten the details almost immediately after waking up, save for one night. That had stayed with him. One of the flash-frozen corpses drifting through the void about 10 meters away from the cockpit of his fighter. Its head and body had been ravaged by shrapnel to such an extent that Vil couldn't tell if it had been male or female. He'd watched, fascinated, as the lacerated body rotated slowly, bringing its face into view. He'd noticed that, by some miracle of chance, the eyes had been untouched by the sleet storm of metal. And then the eyes opened. Vil suppressed a shudder. That had been the worst. He told himself that it wasn't unusual, that it was part of the job, that he'd get used to it. It helped, a little. As Vil approached the hangar, he saw the assistant to the command officer on deck waving the pilots in. Move like you got a purpose, people. A pregnant Palowit could run faster. Let's go. ADO, Vil said as he approached. What's flying? You and your squad among 9 others, the ADO said. He kept waving at the still approaching pilots, down now to only a handful. VIP escort for the Imperial-class destroyer Devastator. Vil blinked. We got a rainbow jacket, Admiral? A Moff? Not exactly. The guy running this ship is more of a monotone, said the ADO. Noting Vil's blank look, he added, all black. Vil got it then. Darth Vader. Friend of yours? Vil laughed. They were side by side on the stairs, almost to the flight deck. Vil said, "Never met the man, or whatever he is. Saw him fly once. Thai school out of Imperial City Naval Base. Against Barvel." There was no need to specify that he was talking about Colonel Vindu, the shooter Barvel, one of the most decorated Thai pilots ever. During the Clone Wars, Barvel had taken out more than 30 confirmed enemy craft in ship-to-ship combat. Twice that many more probables, and nobody knew how many he hadn't even bothered to report. Vil knew he himself was a good pilot, a hot hand even in training. But Barvel, who had been cycled out of combat by jittery brass to make sure the Empire had a live hero to parade around as a recruiter, was the best. Even though he was only a captain at the time, he'd been put in charge of the pilot school at ICNB. Barvel could power dive the wings off any other craft and hit a target the size of a Pleaky on the way down at top speed, port or starboard cannon, you pick which gun. In training missions he'd flown with the man, Vil had felt like a small child who could barely walk, trying to keep up with a champion distance runner. During maneuvers for the about-to-graduate pilots, Darth Vader had shown up. He didn't have any military rank per se, but he was the Emperor's wrist hawk, and everybody knew it. If it came from Vader's augmented vox box, it might as well have come from Palpatine's lips, and you argued with it at your peril no matter how high your rank. Vader had watched for a time, then asked for a TIE fighter. He had climbed in, taken off, and joined the mock battle. Within seconds, his electronic guns had painted half a dozen ships, and it had come down to Vader versus Barvel. Vil, whose ship had been hit in a 3-on-1 early in the pretend fight, had been in a holding pattern waiting for the engagement to finish, and he'd watched it all. Vader hadn't exactly flown circles around Barvel, but every time the shooter jigged or jinked, Vader was half a second ahead of him. Barvel was doing things Vil didn't think were possible in a tie, and Vader not only matched him move for move, he just plain outflew him. It was no other word for it. Astounding. Vil quickly realized that Vader could have taken the flight school commander out at any time. He was only playing with him. That had been as spooky in its own way as Vil's nightmare. He'd never seen a human pilot move like that. Damned few alien ones either, for that matter. After a few passes, and with what had seemed a slow, offhand, lazy series of rolls and loops, Vader came around, nailed Barvel with his training beams, and it was game over. All the pilots hanging there in space had to reach up and shut their mouths manually. The ADO looked down the hallway, but no more pilots were inbound. He turned and pointed. "Better get to your ship, Dance." A short pause, then, "Vader's good, huh?" "Better than good. If it was him against me, I'd just overload my engine and blow myself up. That way I'd get to pick my own moment to die." What Vil hadn't mentioned, mostly because he still didn't believe it himself, was that the mechanic who'd serviced Vader's borrowed TIE fighter afterward had come out of the base shaking his head. The nav and targeting comps had been turned off, he'd said. Cockpit recorder showed that Vader had done that before he'd left the dock. So if the mechanic was to be believed, not only had Vader beaten the best pilot in the Navy as easily as if Barvel had been a crop duster on some back rocket world, he had done so on manual, which was simply impossible. "Go," the ADO said. "Hit vac. You don't want to be late to the party." "No, sir." Not that Vader needs the escort, Vil thought. Nobody here could get in his way. Vil hurried onto the deck, his mechanic waving him to his tie. "Been taking a nap, Rocket Jock? Get in." As Vil clamped down his helmet and checked his readings, he had a moment to ponder the purpose of the escort. Darth Vader, commanding a big destroyer. Wonder what he's doing here. Had to be something big. You could have a head full of hard vac and still suss that out. The airlock doors opened. Vil lit his engines and was gone. "14. Receiving Deck 7, Havilon. Tarkin frowned as he waited on the receiving deck for Vader to arrive. It was certainly true that the Emperor could send whomever he liked, whenever he liked, to check on the station's progress. Tarkin had no reason to be anything but grateful to the Emperor. How many Grand Moffs were there, after all? Who had elevated him to that puissant position and given him command of the most important military project in galactic history? All that was true, and he was grateful to Palpatine. But one feels differently toward the one holding the leash than toward the one on the leash. There was something about Vader that set his teeth on edge. It wasn't just the prosthetic suit with its mask and breather, nor the fact that he couldn't see the eyes behind those polarized lenses. Vader had power, both personal and as the Emperor's tool, and Tarkin's sense of him was that he cared about as much for a human life standing next to him as he did about a mist fly in the far-off swamps of Nemoidia. Standing next to Vader was like standing next to a giant thermal grenade. It might just go off at any moment. And the man in black had a temper, no doubt about that. Thus far he had not unleashed it in Tarkin's direction, but Tarkin had seen it loosed on others, and those who thought to give Vader grief quickly realized that it was a fatal mistake. No matter how much people decried the Force as being a superstition that hadn't saved the Jedi from annihilation, it was real enough to enable Vader to stop a man's heart, or keep the breath from his lungs simply by willing it, not to mention knocking blaster bolts from the air with that lightsaber of his. True, nothing would be able to withstand the force of this battle station's armament once it was operational. But it wouldn't be fully operational for another few months, and anybody who was both strong enough and foolish enough to slay Vader would have to deal with the Emperor's wrath. And he made Vader seem like an Iridonian Hugglepup. The shuttle hatch opened. With most military VIPs, there would be an honor guard of elite stormtroopers, or even Imperial Red Guards, emerging first. Not so with Vader. He strode through the hatch and down the ramp alone, his cape billowing behind him in the wind of his own passage, fearless, not the least bit worried about any possible danger. He was arrogant, but then he had reason to be. Tarkin waited, his admiral shifting nervously behind him. Some of them couldn't stand the very idea of a man like Vader, who existed outside the chain of command, and was able to come and go as he pleased, not truly subject to military orders. Well, it was what it was, and there was no help for it. Vader approached to stand before Tarkin. He always seemed larger and taller than Tarkin remembered, a dark presence, a force, as it were, of nature. "Grand Moff Tarkin," he said, offering not even the slightest nod of a military bow. Vader bent the knee to no one save the Emperor, Tarkin knew. Lord Vader. There was no point in offering small talk or pleasantries. Vader had no use for them. "Shall we begin the tour?" Tarkin asked, extending one hand in a gesture that encompassed the entirety of the station. "Proceed." "This way. We'll take my lighter." Vader could sense the hostility of some of the men behind Tarkin, but that was of no importance. Hostile words or actions he could and would deal with, but thoughts of the weak-minded were no threat. Tarkin, oily and smooth as always, was a man who knew where his best interests lay, and as long as his own plans matched those of the Emperor, he was a useful tool. Which was good, because Vader would not hesitate to use that tool. The rebels were turning out to be more troublesome than many had expected. The Emperor had known it would be thus, of course. The resistance had not been a surprise to him. The Emperor was completely in concert with the dark side of the Force. He was the most powerful Sith who had ever existed. As would Vader be, someday. But that was in the future. Now he had more mundane duties. There were problems with the construction of this station. When Vader left, those problems would be corrected. He would return as necessary to correct more troubles as they appeared, and he would also return at times when things were proceeding smoothly, just to remind Tarkin and his senior officers that the Emperor's eye was always watching them. Always. 15. Lower-level troop barracks, Sector N1, Death Star. The N1 sector, a huge area equal to 1/24th of a hemisphere, had been partly pressurized and heated, so at least Tila didn't have to wear a vac suit to work anymore. Thank the stars for that. She was sick to death of ending each day fatigued by the effort of manipulating the stiff joints and servos, the limited vision, and the inability to scratch, to name only a few problems. She'd worn vac suits before on jobs, and those experiences hadn't been pleasant. But this was by far the worst, because the Empire, no doubt in a cost-saving effort, had mandated the use of outmoded constant volume suits instead of the newer, elastic one-piece designs. The suits had been necessary for a time, however. On a project this size, there was no way to complete the entire hull, pressurize it all, and then start building the interior. The amount of air necessary would be tremendous. Once the vessel was functional, then the multitude of converters installed in every sector could easily handle the task. But until those were online, air would have to be sucked from a planetary atmosphere and hauled up out of the gravity well by cargo ship. Either that or build a huge conversion plant in space and truck water to that, which would be even harder. A tanker full of water was more unwieldy than one full of air bottles. And without proper heat, it just turned into blocks of ice when you unloaded it, which in turn resulted in problems with increased volume. The sheer magnitude of the project wouldn't allow a full exterior hull construction first. Thus, it had been reasoned early on that, while the hull was being laid, individual sectors would be built and sealed. This allowed plenty of storage space, at least at first, for supplies, as well as habitats for workers to stay close to the task. Hundreds of thousands of laborers needed someplace convenient to live. Shuttling them back and forth for any distance after every shift was neither cost nor time effective. The hull plate extruders were only a few hundred kilometers away, hung at a fixed orbital point where the gravitational forces of the prison planet and the raw material asteroids being towed to the gigantic masticators all balanced. The process was simple enough. An asteroid sufficiently high in nickel-iron content was hauled from the outlying belt to the masticators and fed into a maw. The whirling durasteel teeth chewed the asteroid to tiny bits and mixed them with alloy ores mined and brought up from despair, including quadanium. The resulting gravel had water added and was put under high pressure to form a slurry, then fed into pipelines that led to the smelters. These were essentially huge melting pots that refined the mix, burning off impurities. The resulting scarified ore was conveyed to extruders that pressed out the hull plate, rather like food paste from a squeezed tube. There was still a lot of slag left over, but this was just gathered together, pointed at the local star, and given a hard push. Months later, these slag rafts would fall into the sun and be burned up. Tila had been on projects before that used deep space masticators and extruders, of course, such as skyhooks and wheel worlds. She'd never seen as large or as many as there were here, however. The amount of plate being produced was beyond any amount ever used in one place before. Sector N1 was shaped like a large crescent slice of juice melon, cut in half midway. It was 31 kilometers wide at the base, which would be the equator when the station was finished, narrowing almost to a point, only a few dozen meters wide at the other end, and just over 94 clicks long. Most of the sectors would be identical in this hemisphere, save for a select few, and including, of course, those through which the superlaser would be constructed. It was hard to visualize the scope of the whole orb. Big didn't begin to do it justice. The habitable crust alone was 2 kilometers thick, and included in it the surface city's sprawls, armory, hangar bays, command center, technical areas, and living quarters. Below that would be the hyperdrive, reactor core, and secondary power sources, none of which fortunately concerned her. What concerned her at the moment was an old and somewhat cranky Wookiee who was giving her a hard time. Tila's command of the Wookiee language was rudimentary. The problem with speaking Shiri-Wook wasn't so much the vocabulary as the pronunciation. A human's vocal apparatus just couldn't handle the grunts, groans, and howls necessary to be understood. Like most people who'd ever been around serious construction projects, Tila was used to dealing with the tall and furry bipeds. They seemed to gravitate to such sights, even when they weren't being enslaved and forced to labor on them. Fortunately, on the big projects, most Wookiees understood BASIC, even if they couldn't wrap their tongues around it any more than humans could deal with Wookiee speak. Given all that, Tila usually managed to communicate well enough with them. Usually. The chief on this shift in this subsector was a grizzled old Wook named Harinyar, who probably would have joined up voluntarily if he hadn't been grabbed and enslaved. His coat was gray from muzzle to ankle, he was stubborn and intractable, and he had the annoying habit of forgetting how to understand BASIC whenever Tila made an indisputable point, which was what was happening now. "Horn," the Wookiee said. "Horn, win, horn." "I understand that it's on the plans. What I'm saying is, I don't want you to build it. It doesn't make any sense to put a heat exhaust port there. The main exhaust port is already done. And if there is a need for additional ones, which I don't believe there is at all, there are better places to put them than right next to the main one. We don't need it in this sector, and certainly not there." She pointed at the hollow schematic of the polar trench. "On my authority, that's whose." "Aren't Sharon," Tila chuckled. She'd understood that well enough. Yes, I'll put it in writing." These old metal benders and rivet pounders always thought they knew better than the architect when it came down to the actual construction. Sometimes they did, which was fine. But no matter what, they'd stick to the approved plan like a pre-programmed droid with permabond on its wheels, to make sure they didn't get scalded by the sector work boss. She couldn't blame the Wook for wanting it in writing. Early in her career, Tila had taken verbal orders from a designer. No big deal. Just some interior frame spec on a Reciplex he thought was silly, so he'd told her to use a different grade of Durasteel, and when she'd seemed uncertain, had assured her it was plenty strong enough to handle the job, and a lot cheaper. So what was the problem? She'd shrugged and done what he'd asked. When the inspectors came around and refused to approve the building, the designer had been very quick to point out that his assistant must have made that decision all on her own, because the plans, and he, had specifically called for 9095 T8511 grade on that scaffold frame, and if his assistant had used 9093 T7511, well, it didn't matter that the alloy and heat treat could easily take the load if the plans called for the higher grade. Now, did it? He had hung her out to twist in the breeze. Later, when Tila had stormed into the designer's office to give him a piece of her mind, he had laughed at her. She needed to learn how to play in the real galaxy, he'd told her. If you got caught, you passed the blame along. What she should have done, he'd said, was laid it on to the obviously blind and stupid construction crew chief who had selected the wrong alloy. He could read a plan, couldn't he? Tila couldn't prove anything, and she wasn't stupid. After that, she made certain to get any deviations from the plans appended to the work order in writing. So she knew exactly what the old Wookiee was thinking. "Don't worry about it now," she said. "You have to get the heat exchangers into the barracks before you'd start on piddly stuff like ports anyhow." "Arn." Well, yes, Harinyar allowed. That was the way a smart builder would do things. "Go, then. Somebody has mislaid my shipment of triaxial fiber optic cable and I've got to run it down. Get the exchangers unpacked and a crew started installing them, and we'll get back to the philosophy of exhaust ports later, okay?" The old Wookiee nodded and headed off. Tila watched him lumber away for a second, then turned her attention to the next problem. Never a dull moment. The day was never long enough, and they sure didn't pay her enough. She had to smile at that. The pay might not be much, but it was better than living in a pest hole down on a planet full of murdering scum. Even cantankerous old Harinyar couldn't argue with that. Gunnery Command, ISD Steel Talon. Ten Granite stuck his head into the CO's office. "You wanted to see me, Cap?" His commanding officer looked up from his flimsy work. "Come in, Ten." Ten ducked slightly to pass through the hatch. Captain Hobard's office looked as usual, like the local A-Grav had somehow suffered a massive flux in just this room. Data chips were piled haphazardly on the floor, the two holopicks on opposite walls, One was an image of Hobart's graduating class, the other of his wife, Linusy, and their 2 kids. 10 could never remember their names. The hollows hung constantly askew, and Hobart's Silver Valor medal was dangling from the upper hinge of a wall cabinet. Every time 10 entered the CO's office, the medal was dangling from a different location, on one or the other of the family pics, from the small alumibronze sculpture on his desk, even swinging slightly in the breeze directly beneath the air vent. He couldn't recall ever seeing it in the same place twice. Droot and some of the others reported the same experience. No one ever saw him move it, and no one knew why he did. It was just a quirk of the captain's. Those unfamiliar with his war record might think he had a disrespectful attitude, but nothing could be further from the truth, at least not in 10's opinion. "What's up?" He couldn't read anything from the man's face, which wasn't unusual. Hobart, it was said, could outstare a Weequay. Normally this didn't bother 10, but today, for some reason, he began to feel a little uneasy. The energy in the room was subtly different. He didn't go in for woo-woo concepts like that, but sometimes he couldn't deny it. "Sit down, 10. Hobart's expression didn't change. 10 looked at the chairs, both of which were filled with various objects, and perched on the edge of the less cluttered one. "I've got some bad news, I'm afraid." Uh-oh, 10 thought. Had to have been that last inspection. He couldn't think of any other possibility. What had gone wrong? An improper calibration? Not up to spit and polish standards? What was it? The CO let him sweat for a moment, then grinned. "Bad news for me, anyway. I'm losing my best non-com." "Sir?" "Pack your bags, Chief. You're for the Death Star. They're giving you the big gun." At first the words didn't make sense to 10. Then the meaning broke through, like a sun through clouds, and he grinned. "No poodoo, Cap?" Hobart held up a small data chip. "Orders just came down." He tossed the chip, and 10 caught it in midair. He was aware that he was grinning like a kid. "Thanks, Cap." Hobart frowned slightly. "You sure you want to do this?" "You kidding, right?" The CO shook his head regretfully. "How am I gonna replace you?" 10 blinked. "What? You aren't coming?" "Not me. My tour is over soon, and I'm mustering out. One of my in-laws runs a good-sized industrial operation. I have a job waiting." "Oh, that sounds exciting. Making widgets, moving sewage. Come on, Cap. You and me pulling trigger on the biggest—" "Job pays 3 times as well, and the only thing dangerous about it might be having the wife find out where I'm hiding the girlfriend." They both laughed. Then Hobart continued. "No guns are operational yet. There are only a few sectors even pressurized. But you're the best shooter in the fleet, and they're lucky to have you. They want you over there as soon as possible to begin orientation." 10 felt like his head would split in half if his grin got any bigger. The CO was right. Who better to pull the firing lever on the super laser? This was the biggest, most powerful weapon ever built. Ever. This was as good as it got. He could bask in the warm glow of that for quite a while. "Well, what are you waiting for? Go on. Next time I see your ugly mug, it better be hidden behind one of those snazzy black visors they wear over there." CPO 10 Grenade walked out of Captain Hobart's office, feeling as though something had gone wrong with the corridor's gravity, because he was definitely walking on air. Just wait until Droot and Velvely heard the news. The best shot in the galaxy, paired with the biggest gun. 10 slapped his hands together, rubbing them with enthusiasm. He couldn't wait to get his hands on those controls. 16. The Soft Heart Cantina, Southern Underground, Grid 19, Imperial City. Mima stood on the walk in front of what had been her cantina, stunned beyond words. The Soft Heart was no more than ashes and cinders, still warm, soot and smoke twirling up toward the exhaust fans in a dirty breeze. And it wasn't just her place. The whole block had burned. The fire suppression sprayers had unaccountably malfunctioned, according to the unofficial reports at least, and the droid fire crews had been sent to the wrong location, so that by the time they arrived and began their efforts to control the blaze, it had been too late by far. They were lucky to have kept it from spreading to the whole sector, they said. Mima still couldn't get her mind around it. This wasn't just a building reduced to ashes. This was her life. Rhodo came to stand next to her, his face grim. Varlo Brim was discovered dead in his cube this morning. She frowned. Who? An arsonist, a professional. I know someone who works for the medical examiner. Heart failure was entered on Varlo's certificate before his body ever arrived at the morgue. Word from above was that there was to be no detailed examination of the corpse. She turned away from what had been her reason to get up every day and blinked at him. The ash-laden air made her eyes watery. It seemed important that she understand what Rhodo was trying to tell her, but though he was speaking in basic, the words didn't seem to make sense. Which means what? Think about it. A block of the underground goes up in flames. The suppressors, which passed inspection less than 2 months ago, suddenly don't work. The fire crews get here late, and the next morning a man who sets fires for a living is found dead of natural causes in his cube. Plus all those deliveries that didn't get made. It doesn't take a construction engineer to put it together. Mima stared at him. Kark, she said. Yeah. Somebody is collecting a fat insurance voucher. What do you want to bet that construction's gonna crank up on a new row of shiny new businesses that are gonna be owned by some up-level bosses who just happen to be bureaucrats responsible for the firefighters and automatic suppressors? And we can't do anything about it, she said. Not if the fix was in. You had it covered? He nodded at the ashes. Insured? No, I never saw the need. What with the suppressors and all? Rhodo nodded. She was grateful for the lack of rebuke in his face and voice. What are you gonna do? Mima shook her head. No idea. There were others wandering through the ruins, humans and aliens looking at what had been their shops, the repositories of their hopes and dreams. And gawkers, fire control droids still checking hotspots, local police. The strangely silent crowd moving in and out of the smoky mist like revenants made it all seem quite surreal. A man in black coveralls approached them. His gaze took in the pile of smoldering cinders, and he shook his head. Sorry for your loss, Mima Ruthus. Again, she understood the words, but they meant nothing. Do I know you? No, I'm Neat Alamant, a recruiter for civilian adjunct to the Imperial Navy. Yeah, so? I have an offer you might find interesting. Mima gave a bark of bitter laughter. Unless you're looking for plant fertilizer? She gestured at the ruins. I don't have a lot for sale right about now. I understand. Perhaps we might speak of this later. Here is my contact information. Please calm me when you have a free moment. He handed her an info button, flashed a patently false smile, and walked across the street toward several people standing in front of what had been a bakery. Mima stared at the button on her palm. A free moment? Sure, no problem. She'd have plenty of those upcoming. She'd be sitting in a room on the dole with nothing to do, remembering the good old days when she ran a pub. She looked at Rhodo. He shrugged. Mima looked back at the ruin of her cantina. What was she going to do now? Med Center, Sector N1, Death Star. Yuли passed his hands under the UV sterilizer, then wiped them on a clean towel. The orderly droid floated the patient out and toward post-op. They were caught up. No more patients scheduled for surgery or follow-ups until rounds that evening. A break at long last. You should come see this, Doc, Zam Stenza, one of the orderlies, said. Curious. Yuli followed the orderly through the staging area and down a half-finished passage that was more catwalk than corridor. His boots thumped upon the cheap expanded metal grate that was the temporary floor of the corridor, and the sound echoed hollowly along the hallway. This section was supposed to be finished, but it looked only half done, less in places. There was enough air, But there were construction droids crawling like metal spiders on the inside of the hull, welding studs and connectors and adding insulation. Yulee saw unsealed gaps in the interior walls. Sure hope they don't pop a seam somewhere, he thought nervously. He was fairly certain that carrying on shirt-sleeve activity in such a precarious environment was contravening several safety regs, and he was equally sure that it would do no good whatsoever to point this out. Stenza stopped to look through the window at a lower walkway. Yulee moved closer to see what was so interesting. A group of pedestrians was moving along the wide passage. It consisted of guards, high-ranked officers, and one man in black who towered over them all. "Who's that?" Yulee asked, feeling like he should know. "Darth Vader," Zam said. "He's here on an inspection tour." Yulee stared at the tall, black-cloaked figure. He knew about Vader, of course. He'd seen vids of the man. If that was what he really still was under the suit, which looked like it contained some kind of cyclic respiratory system, and probably bionic prosthetics as well, judging by his gait. The stiffness was subtle, but there if you knew where to look. "Inspection tour?" "Yes," said C-Formio, who had come up behind them. "This project is of prime concern to the Emperor." "And just how do you know this, Formio? Tight with the Emperor, are you?" "No, but I was put into service on Coruscant before it became Imperial City. I've never had a mind wipe, so I have my memories of that time. Droids do sometimes talk to one another, you know. Word gets around." Yulee nodded. Yes, that was true enough. There was a lot of truth in the old saw that said, if you want to know what goes on, ask the droids. They see, they hear, and they don't forget. He had known some droids who were every bit as clever and talkative as any natural-borns or clones he'd been around. There'd been that protocol droid back at Rimsu 7 on Drongar. What had it been called? Who'd been self-aware enough to play sabak and gloat over the winnings. It had had a sarcastic circuit a click wide. Yulee watched the procession pass. Walked right past us, didn't they? "The word is that Lord Vader is not fond of medics," C-Formio said. "Apparently he has had some unpleasant experiences in that area." Yulee nodded. He could see why. The only reason he could imagine that someone would be stuffed into a lung suit with a respirator breathing for him would be because his own breathing passages had been terribly damaged, and for some reason new lobes and trachea could not be cloned and implanted. That would be a strange malady in this day and age, but not impossible. Some kind of autoimmune problem, perhaps? There were those rare people, 1 in a billion, who would reject their own matched genetic tissue implants, even skin grafts. Had to be something like that, Yulee mused. Nobody would voluntarily walk around looking like Vader otherwise. "Supposedly he can kill a man just by looking at him," Stenza said. He dropped his voice to a whisper. "I heard a rumor that he was once a Jedi." Yulee nodded. The mysterious force was fairly amazing when manifested by an expert in its use. Yulee had seen it demonstrated by a woman who had been part of the team on Drongar. She had been a Mirialan, a Jedi healer named Barriss Offee. Only a Padawan when he'd met her. Later she had become a Jedi Knight. He'd learned a lot from conversations with her, both about the ways of the Jedi and, in broader terms, about life. She'd been strong in the Force, he'd been told. Not that it had been enough to save her. Barriss had died on Felucia, so he had heard, when the clones had turned on their Jedi masters. The news had hit him far worse than he'd expected. He told himself many times in the nearly 2 decades since his first posting on that fetid swamp world that what he'd felt for Barriss had been nothing more than youthful infatuation. It might be true, but he could still see her face in his mind, hear her voice, feel the power that had lived inside her, even after all these years. Maybe he hadn't loved her. Maybe he'd been too young to know what love was back then. But when he had heard of her death, so many people he had cared deeply for were dead because of that carking war. Probably some of the Jedi had escaped death, but the official posture was that they had all been enemies of the people and executed accordingly. And all research into the psionic abilities of the former peacekeepers of the galaxy had been summarily halted. To venture into that area was worth the death penalty these days. A lot of that going around, too. Step wrong and it was prison if you were lucky, and death if you trod too hard on the wrong toes. Given all this, it was amazing that Vader would tolerate even the rumor of him being a Jedi. He sighed. Well, it wasn't his business. He was a surgeon. Genetics, esoteric mind-over-matter control, connections with the infinite, those weren't his concerns. He just went where he was told, cut where he was ordered to cut, and hoped that his forced servitude would end someday, preferably with him still in one piece. Initially, he thought that the only good thing about being assigned to a battle station the size and power of this one was not having to worry about being blown up. That was before the first influx of wounded workers from the bombed section had come under his knife. Nothing was safe, not even this monstrous Death Star. Yulie turned away. There should be time to grab a bite at the commissary and a few hours' sleep before his next shift, unless there was more sabotage, of course. He wished he could remember the name of that droid back on Drongar. He knew it was going to bug him all day. 17. Construction Site Beta 9, Death Star. The man dressed in black, with the respirator helmet, felt to Tila like something out of a long-forgotten nightmare. She could almost sense evil radiating from him in pulsing waves. Just being near him made her queasy, set her stomach roiling. And for all that, she was not even his focus, merely one of the retinue of architects and builders standing in the background as Grand Moff Tarkin arrived with the tour to show off this part of the station. She had not spoken to Vader, nor he to her. But still, she felt the way she imagined an insect under a magnifying lens might feel if it looked up and saw a giant eye staring down at it. Vader had his back to her, and yet she could feel his attention as a kind of dark pressure, as if a cold hand had been laid on her shoulder. It made her want to walk away. No, it made her want to run away to get as far from here as she could, as quickly as she could. She'd never felt such a heavy sense of foreboding. The opposite side of the battle station wouldn't be far enough to run. But to attempt such a thing would be a bad career move for anybody, and more so for a criminal paroled as a trustee. Tarkin was droning on about something to do with firepower, pointing at turbolaser emplacements, and Vader seemed to be listening. But Tila knew, somehow, that his focus was not on the Moff's speech. He was probing the minds of those around them, examining them, and finding them lacking something. Abruptly, she became aware that his full attention had arrived at her. Of a moment, she felt as if she had been stripped naked, both her mind and body, and that Vader, like the imagined scientist examining the insect pinned under his lens, beheld her in all her being, the good, the bad, the flaws, the strengths, everything that made her who she was. Instinctively, she threw up a mental wall, a shield, to prevent the intrusion, as though slamming a blast door shut. She did it by envisioning just that, a heavy Durasteel portal closing, the shaft locks sliding into their collars, the perimeter flange sealing. She'd always had a vivid imagination, a big reason why she was successful in her chosen field. And she could see in her mind's eye every seam and seal, every weld and rivet on the hatch, could hear the solid echoing boom it made as it shut, could even feel the vibration. Just before it closed, she thought she felt a small hint of something from Vader's thoughts. Surprise. And curiosity. But that was impossible. How could she feel someone else's thoughts? It had to have been her imagination, Tila thought. But a moment later, the tall figure turned and looked directly at her. The lenses in the black helmet hid his eyes, but there was no doubt. He had marked her. It wasn't just her imagination. Tila held her gaze as steady as she could and kept her mental wall in place. A moment passed. It seemed like a long time, but it couldn't have been more than a few heartbeats. Vader seemed to nod slightly, then turned back to look at whatever it was that Tarkin was prattling on about. The removal of his attention was like a glass shell shattering about her. Tila nearly collapsed. She gasped, loud enough to cause several of her colleagues to glance at her. She felt shaken to her core. What had just happened? Slashtown Prison Colony, despair. Ratua considered his options, or at least what he thought they might be, and found them less satisfactory every time he recounted them. Only one held any appeal at all, and that one not so much. As he saw things, he could either spend the rest of his life on this tropical pest hole of a world, until one day somebody or something killed him, or he could leave. That is, he could try. The stats were as simple as they were depressing. Nobody lived to a ripe old age on the prison planet and shuffled off peacefully in their sleep. Nobody. Either some horrible local disease took them, or somebody wanted their boots, or something with fangs and poison-tipped claws looking for a meal got too close, and that was just how it was. Despair was a hard place, and sooner or later you were grub food, even if you were as fast as Ratua was. He was in his shack, alone and brooding. The pitiful interior was illuminated by a glow stick, which gave barely enough light to show the backless chair, the large cable spool that served as his table, with his cracked plate and 2 mismatched and chipped mugs, and the crab spider as big as his hand nestled in one of the upper corners near the roof. Night had fallen, and the predators that liked the dark were out hunting. Some were prisoners, some animals, and none of them was apt to wish you well. And yet, for the path Ratua needed to be upon, he would have to venture out in the night. Moreover, he was going to have to do it real soon, because the only chance he had of getting off this rock was the tiniest of loopholes that could close at any moment. The effort would cost him everything he owned, which wasn't much, and that was part of the problem. And if he failed, yet still somehow survived, he would be starting over again from point zero, with nothing save the clothes he was wearing. Ratua sighed, staring at the makeshift wall of his hut. Was the life here worse than the risk of trying to leave it? Nothing ventured, nothing gained, but also nothing lost. A tap on the door interrupted his meditation. He grabbed his capacitor, walked 2 steps to the entrance, and peered out through the peephole. The capacitor, salvaged from a broken gel-cam's battery pack, wasn't much of a weapon. It required contact with an attacker, which was closer than Ratua wanted to be against somebody with a knife, say. But it was better than nothing. The device, once triggered, built up an electrical charge within a couple of seconds. The amperage was low, but there was still enough voltage to knock a full-sized human onto his backside, assuming you could touch bare skin with the contact points. His quickness made it a somewhat better weapon than it might be in the hands of someone with normal reactions, but it was good for only a single zap before it had to be recharged, which would be far too slow in a fight if you couldn't stall the attack long enough to let the juice build back up. As good a scrounger as he was, he had never been able to score a blaster. Not that he'd tried all that much. Carrying a firearm wasn't the best way to keep under the radar. Still, there were times like now when he regretted not having scrounged harder. He glanced through the tiny fisheye lens in the door, salvaged from the same cam as the capacitor, and relaxed. It was Brune, the cargo crew boss on the night shift, the one he'd been expecting. Ratua opened the door, checked to make sure nobody was behind Brune, and quickly shut and barred the door behind the man. Brune was human. Kind of. He looked like nothing so much as a normal-sized male who'd been sat upon by something large and heavy. His trunk was shaped like a canister, and his head was almost wider than it was tall. He was from some planet that Ratua had never heard of before they'd met. Brune had been on the prison world for years, and had worked his way up to a position of some trust, in that he was allowed inside the compound to help in the loading and unloading of cargo supplies for the dirt-side guard posts. The only way off the world was by ship, and the guard supply craft were the most likely conveyances. There had been organized breaks in which whole ships had been commandeered, but that was, in Ratua's considered opinion, stupid past the point of suicidal. The Empire had all kinds of firepower up there, and they weren't shy about using it if they knew a transport had gone rogue. That had happened 6 months or so ago, and there hadn't been any survivors of that attempted escape. If you couldn't sneak past, you weren't going to get very far. And in a stand-up with Imperial warships, you were going to lose. Brune was not a man for pleasantries. "Crovy me the bit, scuffloob. Me hitch revs in a psych." Whatever world Brune was from was either too far out on the rim for a decent education program, or its indigent population really didn't care about being understood all that much. After months of conversation, Ratua had picked up enough of Brune's patois to understand the gist of his statement, which was something along the lines of, "Tell me your idea, friend. My shift starts in an hour." The term floob was considerably less benign than friend, but Ratua was willing to overlook that. He pointed at one of the two chairs. As Brune sat, the wood creaking under his weight, Ratua went to his stash box and came out with a bottle of wine. It wasn't a great wine, but it was from off-world and not a local vintage, so it was better by far than what was available to most prisoners. Ratua had been saving it for a special occasion, and this was about as special as it was going to get. He unsealed the cap and poured some in the two mugs, handing one to his guest. "Starry," Brune said, tasting it. "Not bad." "Keep the bottle." Brune nodded. "Shoo on. What do you want?" Ratua took a deep breath, composing himself as best he could. "Nothing ventured, nothing." "I want you to get me onto the supply ship before it leaves in the morning." A long heartbeat of silence. Then Brune laughed, shook his bread loaf-shaped head, had another sip of the wine, and replied, to Ratua's surprise, in perfectly understandable Basic. "I can do that, but what's the point? It's not going anywhere except back to the freighter parked up in Geosync. Any ship leaving the system will be scanned down to the rivets, and you've probably heard that none has been leaving lately. You can't go anywhere, Ratua. Life in a warehouse won't be any better than here. You do know that every now and then they open the doors to vac and let it get real cold in the non-critical storage units, just to get rid of, vermin?" Ratua shrugged. "Yeah, I know." He wasn't going to stay in the stores area, but he saw no point in telling Brune his plans. The less the squat humanoid knew, the better. "Let me worry about that. Do we have a—" Brune waved the cup. Hold up, hold up. Haven't said I'd do it. If they catch you alive and you give me up, I'm back in the pack with no perks. Why would I risk that?" Ratua had expected him to make just that point. He went back to his stash box and dug out a small electronic device, which he showed to Brune. "Know what this is?" Brune was in for a raft of crimes, one of which was piracy, specializing in stripping and then reselling the electronics from captured ships. He nodded. "Looks like an embedder." "Exactly right. One-time spy killer. Check it out." He handed it to Brune to examine. "Where'd you get this?" "You know me, here, there, I get around." Brune nodded again. That was Ratua's talent, everybody knew that. He could scrounge just about anything. Brune touched some controls on the hand-sized device and nodded at the readout. "Charge is up. Looks good. How much you want for it?" "Not for sale. It's your guarantee," Ratua said. "I'll let you embed me and set the implant to your name." Brune looked thoughtful. With a spy killer installed, Brune didn't need to worry much about Ratua ratting him out if he was caught. The embed unit, about the size of a baby's fingernail, would sit harmlessly in Ratua's skull for the rest of his life. But it would be tuned to a certain word, and if that word was spoken by Ratua, and only Ratua, the device would explode. Not much of an explosion, just enough to fry his brain up nice and crispy. "So what do I get out of it?" Ratua waved at the interior of the shack. "I've got some prime stuff here. Food, drink, electronics, death sticks. And I'll give you a list of my dealers. I'm gone, they'll talk to you, there's nobody else. It's worth a lot. All that'll happen is you'll freeze to death up there. That's my worry. Do we have a deal?" Brune sat there, his short, thick legs barely reaching the floor, wine cup in one hand, and embedder in the other. Ratua knew he was weighing the risks. There were some, yes. But if Ratua was dead, he wouldn't be pointing fingers. Greed fought with worry, and Ratua watched the battle play out on Brune's face. Greed won.
All right. Southgate, midnight, and keep out of sight until you see me. You see anybody else with me, stay away.
Ratua let out the breath he'd been holding.
Done. Don't pack a big bag,
Brune added.
Now turn around.
Ratua took the last drink of his wine and did as he was told. Brune put the embedder's muzzle against the back of Ratua's head. He could feel the cold pressure, and then a moment of mild pain as Brune injected the unit into his skull.
So,
Brune said, pocketing the embedder.
How do you know I won't just kill you anyway?
Because you're not a killer, Ratua replied. One reasonably civilized being can usually recognize another. Brune grunted.
Let him scan the Fidimon,
he said. Let me see the goods. He didn't reply to Ratua's evaluation of him, but Ratua knew it was the truth. He didn't have to worry about the device going off and painting whatever room he was in with his brains. Even if Brune was a killer, it still wasn't a worry, because the device wasn't properly armed. That little bit of reprogramming, and the part needed so that the embedder showed that the chip was armed when it wasn't, had cost him a small fortune in trade goods, and would have been cheap at twice the price. He could jump up and down and yell Brune until his lips fell off, and nothing would happen, at least not as far as that bogus implant was concerned. No way was he going to walk around the rest of his life with a bomb in his head, waiting for a slip of the tongue. Brune wasn't a killer, true enough. He also wasn't the brightest star in the cluster, not by several orders of magnitude. If they captured Ratua, he'd give Brune up in a Jawa's heartbeat. As much as the little humanoid was going to make on this deal, he could stand a little risk for it. As long as he didn't know about it. 18. J-Block Barracks, Guard Post 19, Grid 4349, Sector 547, Quadrant 3, Despair. Sergeant Nova Steele had slept badly. A dream had troubled him. He could not recall the full substance of it, only that he had been in danger, his weapons empty, and his fighting art useless. That was all it took to qualify as a nightmare for a soldier. Likely it was the heat. Even this late, near midnight, the air outside was near body temperature, and the barracks air exchangers were malfunctioning yet again. There was something wrong with the transformer, apparently. The techs had not been able to keep the coils harmonized properly. When they fluctuated, the coolers couldn't keep up, and it quickly grew hot inside the windowless rooms. Probably hotter in here now than outside. For a moment, he considered his hollows. He was halfway through a discourse on eclectic deontology by Gar Gratius, but he knew that wouldn't put him back to sleep. He arose and pulled on a pair of shorts. Maybe there was a breeze outside. At the least, even though it was warm, the air probably wouldn't be so stuffy in the yard. He left the barracks building and walked into the yard, which had a grassy, genetically engineered short lawn that felt cool under his bare feet. The charged fence surrounding the compound gave off a pale glow, punctuated now and then by a spark, as Despair's equivalent of an unlucky insect blundered into the field. The night was cloudy, the overcast sky keeping it dark where there was no artificial light, and also acting like a blanket to keep the day's heat in. In the distance, a thunderstorm rumbled, following heat lightning that flashed dimly at this remove. A little rain would be welcome. It would cool things off. Nova timed the flashes to the thunder to gauge the distance. He made it 15 to 16 kilometers, moving closer. It'll probably rain itself out before it gets this far, he thought. Too bad. There was a bright pool of light at the dock, where the supply ship was still being offloaded. They used prisoners for that, droids being in short supply, and prone to breaking down in the tropical heat and humidity quicker than they could be replaced. The prisoners were guarded, of course, to make sure none of them decided to hitch a ride off-world when the transport left. Not that they had anywhere to go, since the transport was a short-hop vessel incapable of making the jump to light speed. Nova did some stretching, sinking down into a split on the cool grass, rolling over onto his back, and then into a shoulder stand, then letting his legs drop until his knees rested by his ears. He held the pose for a few minutes, then rolled to his feet without using his hands. He felt a little better after that. His shift started early, so he turned to head back to bed. Maybe the coolers were working again. He caught a glimpse of movement to his left. He glanced that way toward the south gate. Nothing. Nova stood still for a moment, waiting, looking. He didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Had he imagined it? Probably a flit, one of the flying poisonous reptiles that sometimes got past the fence and into the compound. No one knew how. If it was a flit, then he'd best take himself inside. The critters were almost impossible to dodge in the dark, and one prick of their poisonous dorsal barbs could put down even a man his size. Nova headed back for bed. Sector N3, Death Star. "Where are the prisoners?" Tarkin looked back at Vader. "Don't you want to finish the tour?" Vader dismissed this question with a wave of his hand. "I trust you can manage the assembly without my help. The prisoners?" Vader could see the muscles in the governor's lean jaw tighten. "This way," Tarkin said. He was irritated, but did not allow it to show overmuch on his face. And while his mind was perhaps not as flexible as it should be, it was hardly weak. Amazing, Vader reflected, how many highly ranked naval officers did have weak minds. They were good at following orders, but he could read them easily, even without the Force. The language of their bodies spoke volumes about their inner thoughts. Not everyone here was weak-minded, however. Quite the contrary, in fact. One of the architects, the Mirialan woman, had surprised him. She had put up a powerful shield to cover her thoughts, even though she was untrained at it. He couldn't feel the Force flowing in her. She was no Jedi. But her mind was strong, stronger than that of any woman he'd encountered in a long time, ever since. Vader quashed the memory that threatened to rise. He did not allow such thoughts any longer. He had made an ally of pain over the past 2 decades, had let the physical and emotional trials he'd been subjected to make him stronger instead of destroying him. But stoic though he was, even he had limits to what he could stand. He looked about him at the huge curved wedge of the section, which was slowly being filled with girders and columns and vast plates of duralumin. The observation catwalk and the small area around it had been fielded off and supplied with gravity, as had a number of other decks and platforms. Vader could see one directly across the wedge from them, with several people garbed in the traditional white smocks and gray jumpsuits of scientists and engineers discussing something. Their local agrav field made it appear that they were standing upside down relative to his party. The vast majority of the wedge, however, was still in zero-G and vacuum. Vader watched construction workers, Wookiees mostly, judging from the size of their vac suits, floating from one level to another, or welding struts and bracework. Droids of various makes and models also moved about on various errands. It was an image of well-organized industry, one calculated to reassure him that work was proceeding smoothly and on schedule. No doubt it had all been carefully orchestrated by Tarkin, but no matter. Vader knew that it took workers who were at least competent to give the illusion of exemplary work. He would return with a favorable report for his master. Tarkin and his construction teams would be able to continue building the station. Sabotage could not be allowed. He would examine those suspected of having a hand in the recent explosion. If their mental defenses were feeble, he would pry every thought in their heads loose and act on what he found. Anyone connected to the disruption would be made to pay the ultimate price. 1, 10, 1,000. It didn't matter how many. All would regret it. All would pay. 19. Brig, Interrogation Chamber, Detention Block AA, Deck 5, Death Star.
For whom are you working?
Vader stood in front of the lieutenant who had been in charge of the night watch at the Despair air production facility. Tarkin watched as the Sith Lord interrogated the prisoner about the evening when the ship that had blown up had been loaded. The Imperial Navy, the man managed in response to Vader's question.
I think not.
Vader's deep and distorted voice carried such an overtone of menace it made Tarkin want to take a step back. Some of the officers behind him actually did so. The lieutenant, old for his rank, turned to look at Tarkin. The fear in his eyes was obvious, as was his desperation. He had to be desperate if he thought there would be any help for him from Tarkin. Tarkin held his own gaze cool and steady. The man belonged to Vader now.
Look at me,
Vader said. The lieutenant turned back to stare at him.
This is your last chance.
He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide.
My lord, please, I know nothing.
Vader closed his hand into a fist. The lieutenant's voice faded to a choked whisper, his throat muscles straining visibly against the unseen vice that had suddenly gripped them.
Ugh!
His face purpled, his eyes and tongue bulged, and after a moment he staggered and fell to the durasteel plate floor. One didn't need to be a medic to see that he wasn't going to be telling anybody anything, ever again. Tarkin said nothing. He had seen Vader do this before, and, as before, he had no idea how it was accomplished. Whether the Force was some form of telekinetic power, or psychophysiological hypnosis, or something else altogether, it was certainly impressive. Vader turned to Tarkin.
He had nothing to do with the sabotage.
Tarkin frowned. You know this?
His mind was weak, easily read.
Then why kill him?
He will be an object lesson for those who follow.
Tarkin raised an eyebrow. A bit harsh.
The incident happened on his watch. He is responsible. He should have known about it.
There was a line of causality that didn't bear too close an examination, Tarkin reflected. By that logic, anybody who had been on duty at the time, at any point in the construction process, could be found guilty. Taken to extremes, even Tarkin himself might be. And somehow, though Vader's mask was as impassive as ever, Tarkin knew that the Sith Lord was thinking just that.
I will wait for a time before I examine the remaining prisoners,
Vader continued.
Give them a chance to learn of this man's fate. See that they hear of it, accidentally.
Tarkin nodded. It was ruthless, but certainly he could see the value of it. After all, was not this battle station the grandest example of the doctrine that fear itself was the most potent of weapons?
I will return to my ship now,
Vader informed him. We have quarters for you here, Lord Vader.
I prefer my own.
With a swirl of his cape, Vader turned and departed. Tarkin quelled the annoyance he felt at Vader's dismissive attitude. He'd expected no less. He glanced at the dead man, and then looked at the coterie of guards and officers crowded into the small chamber, several of whom were obviously still stunned by what they had seen. Take the body to the recycler level and dispose of it, and see to it that the guards allow the prisoners to overhear conversations about what happened here, in florid detail. For a moment, no one moved. Tarkin looked about the room. Am I talking simply to hear my own voice? That got results. Quickly, a pair of guards bent to gather up the corpse. Tarkin left the brig, striding down the narrow corridor, flanked by his adjutants. Vader was about as controllable as a rogue Greek, but he did get results. Tarkin would be surprised if the other personnel, being held in connection with the sabotage, were not quick to give up what they knew after hearing of this. If they knew anything at all. Still, if it cost a handful of prisoners to help keep this from happening again, that was a small price to pay. There were plenty of others to replace them. Terminus 14, Access Corridor, Death Star. Master Chief Petty Officer 10 Granite was in the corridor leading away from the shuttle that had brought him to the battle station when he saw a lone figure striding toward him, all in black, with a cape rippling behind. He recognized the man immediately from innumerable news hollows he'd seen. It was Darth Vader, the Emperor's enforcer. Son of a bantha, 10 thought. He'd known the man was here on an inspection tour, but he certainly didn't expect to encounter him walking down a corridor all by himself with no protective entourage. Although, given everything he'd heard about Vader's highly touted skill with that Jedi axe sticker hooked to his belt, why shouldn't he be? 10 kept walking. So did Vader. The corridor, one of the peripheral passageways that led from the shuttle terminus, wasn't exactly narrow, but it wasn't terribly wide either. 10 realized that Vader's course was such that the mysterious cloaked figure would run smack into him unless one of them shifted to the side. For a moment, 10 considered holding to his path, just to see what Vader would do. It was a common game among Navy personnel, a test of will and dominance, to see who would veer away first, and CPO 10 Granite seldom had to give space to anybody, save, of course, superior officers. Vader, however, wasn't in the Navy, so technically, he didn't outrank 10. It was tempting, but only momentarily. Vader's pace was fast, and 10 didn't think the man in black had any intention of altering his course even a hair. 10 Granite thought himself as tough as a vacuum seal, but he wasn't stupid or suicidal. He allowed himself to drift to the right, just enough so that when they passed, their shoulders were within a handspan. Actually, Vader's shoulder passed within a handspan of the top of 10's head. Close enough so that the edge of the flowing black cape slid over 10's arm and threatened to catch for just an instant on the chief's chrono. The material had a smooth, silky texture, and was cooler than he would have thought. In fact, the very air seemed cold in the wake of Vader's passage. 10 slowed his pace slightly, feeling as if he had just brushed up against a primal force of nature, the edge of a hurricane, perhaps, or an icy comet that simply could not be stopped. Had he challenged Vader by staying in his path, he had no doubt that he would have regretted it for as long as he lived, which quite probably wouldn't have been all that long. The chief resisted an urge to glance back. If Vader had even noticed his passing, there had been no sign. "Whew," he said softly to himself, as the sound of the other's boots diminished. That had been an experience he'd remember for a while. He'd almost been the man who'd tugged on Darth Vader's cape. 20. Flutterbird Diner, Southern Underground, Grid 17, Imperial City. Neat Alamant was a polished fellow, his voice as smooth as drive lube, never an awkward pause or loss for words. Seated in the retro-style dining booth across from him, Mima felt very little in the way of trust or warmth for the human. Rhodo was at the counter, overwhelming a stool, and not trying very hard to look inconspicuous as he nursed a cup of caf. Mima wasn't afraid of this officious little man, but it did feel comforting to have Rhodo nearby, and to have that be obvious, just in case. "So let me see if I have the gist of your offer," she said. "You want me to run a cantina at a military installation for which I will be paid a fat signing bonus and a very generous salary, plus a percentage of the profits. This will entail a 2-year contract, during which time I will be required to stay at this base full-time. Is that a fair summation?" "Yes. Recreational facilities will be available. I'm given to understand that the installation in question will be on a par at least with this area of the underground, insofar as supplies, traffic, and general working conditions are concerned." Mima looked thoughtful. That last statement didn't mean much, but she had lived in worse places than the underground. She didn't need luxury. In the last couple of years, she hadn't had occasion to visit the surface but a few times, and she could have skipped those without any real sense of loss. Her life pretty much revolved around her work at this point. All in all, it seemed a straightforward proposition. Alamant was not forthcoming as to where and what the military installation was, but she could understand that. There was, after all, a war on, and the Empire was, not surprisingly, protective of its secrets. What little clues she could sieve from his words, it was probably a naval base on some far-flung planet. If it was big enough to justify having a civilian-run cantina, it probably wasn't in the middle of a hot war zone. And if it had the comforts of the Southern Underground without the concomitant dangers, it couldn't be too bad. Of course, this guy was a recruiter, and he just might be inclined to shade the truth a bit if it served him to do so. He probably got paid for every qualified warm body he delivered. Then again, an Imperial work contract had to spell out the reality to be valid, even these days. If you were in the Army or Navy, you didn't have many rights. But as a civilian, you usually got a better deal. And it wasn't as if she was besieged with offers of work. Cantina operators had certain skills, of course, but there wasn't a formal course of study in the craft that she knew about, and others of her ilk weren't in particularly short supply. "I can bring my own security, Chief. As long as he, she, or it doesn't have a felony criminal record and there are no outstanding Imperial warrants for major crimes. An appropriate salary will be provided for such work, and quarters will be provided for you and any security assistant you might wish to bring as part of the package. Yours includes a single-occupancy room, standard officer's suite," Alamant said. Then he pointedly turned to look at Rhodo before looking back at her. "Your security guy gets his own private quarters, too." She nodded, still thinking. "Not to pressure you for an answer, but the next civilian crew vessel for this venture leaves from Mainport in 3 days. If you're not interested, I will seek another for the position." He slid out of the booth and stood up. "I'll need to know your decision tomorrow." Mima held up a hand. "Wait here a moment, please." She slid out of the booth as well and walked over to where Rhodo sat. "Bad calf," he said, looking at the cup. "Tastes like dishwater." He shook his head. "And how would you know that? Drink a lot of dishwater?" He shrugged and flicked his gaze at Alamant. "What does he want?" "He's offering me a job running a military cantina. Won't say where. I need to sign on for 2 years, no leave. Pay is good, plus a piece of the profits, some benefits. Housing, medical, like that." Rhodo nodded. "You gonna do it?" Mima made a show of looking around the diner. "Amid all these other offers to put a roof over my head and food on the table? I don't know, it's so hard to winnow them down." She sat down beside him. "I know someone like you can always get a job, but if I take this, I want you as my security man." Rhodo nodded once. "Okay, I'm in." "Just like that." He grinned. "A chance to thump active military guys who get rowdy. Why not? The guys in the field usually have better skills than the bench warmers. More interesting that way. Besides, I'd miss you." She had to smile at that. "You're a branded aesthete, Rhodo. You don't engage in intimate relations with women." He nodded again. "Keep 'em on a pedestal where they belong, that's our motto. But everybody's got to be somewhere. Beauty is where you find it." Mima felt a wave of relief. "Ship leaves in 3 days. "No problem, I can pack in 5 minutes." She nodded. "Yeah, it would take her about that long, too." "So I'll tell the man we'll take the job." "Might as well. Calf can't be any worse." He lifted his mug in a salute to the recruiter at the other table. 21. Med Center Surgical Complex, Section N1, Death Star. "When the only tool you have is a knife," the old joke went, "every problem looks like a steak." Thus, Yulee, being a surgeon, was primarily concerned with procedures surgical. After all, if your speeder breaks down, you don't call a plumber. But there was more to it than just the operation under the sterilizing lamps. Until the patient was back on his or her or its feet, he or she or it was the surgeon's responsibility. And there was another old saw that spoke to this. You cut it, you take care of it. That was precisely why a surgeon had to know a certain amount of general medicine before he was allowed to pick up a laser scalpel. Because if your wonderful cardiothoracic procedure to repair a ballooned aorta before it could burst in a deadly aneurysm was perfect, but the patient died 2 days later in recovery, That brought up the third hoary old saying. The operation was a success, but the patient died. There were surgeons who could separate the two and still sleep at night, but Yulee was not one of them. And so he found himself standing near the bed of a grizzled old Wookiee construction chief who had been involved in a nasty decompression accident that had required a heart-lung transplant 3 days past. Despite the best sterile procedures, sometimes patients developed secondary infections, and something like that had apparently happened here. The usual antivirals, antiprions, and antibiotics had been ineffective thus far, and no pathogenic agents had been collected. Nevertheless, the old Wook had a fever, he was coughing, and his blood work showed a strange shift that wasn't bacterial, prional, or viral. The patient had an elevated eosinophil count, hyper to the level of second-stage HES. Naturally, Yulee had called in more expert help, but the medical specialist had ruled out the usual trans-species suspects. It wasn't cosima, leukemia, asthma, autoimmune disease, or drugs. The only remaining possibilities were some kind of parasitic or protozoal infestation. But the QRI scans were clean. There were no telltale nanocam images and nothing cultured out. Save for the elevated white cells, there weren't any other real indicators. If this wasn't some previously unknown form of nosocomial infection, the only other possibility seemed to be black magic. The Wookiee named Harinyar wasn't critical, but he didn't seem to be getting any better. He was sick enough that he needed to stay in bed. Yulee glanced at the array of telemetry gear on the wall and stands, and shook his head in weary bafflement. No change. His understanding of the Wookiee language was rudimentary on a good day. He could understand yes or no, and a few other medical responses to questions like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does it hurt? But he wasn't going to be having any deep philosophical discussions with the big furry biped. Fortunately, he didn't have to. He gestured to C-Formio, who was filling a nearby Bacta tank with fluid. The droid wheeled over, ready to translate. "Good day," Yulee said to the Wookiee. "How are you?"
Wow.
The droid's dulcet tones made the snarls and moans of Wookiee speak oddly pleasing to the ear. The patient moaned a response, which Formio translated as, "For you, maybe." The old Wook had kept his sense of humor, even though he was obviously still feeling pretty bad. Yulee was glad to see that. A willingness to fight was the single most important aspect of the healing process, no matter the species. "We're going to try something new," he continued. "We think maybe you have some kind of parasite, probably been dormant in your system for years, and the immunosuppressive somehow triggered it. The internal medicine team has a broad-spectrum medication, nicosamide mebendazole complex, that seems to work on a variety of occult mammalian parasites. If you have what we think you do, this should cure it."
Why, yes.
"Well, the side effects are generally mild. There are a couple that might cause some discomfort." This was according to C-Formio, an idiosyncratic phrase structure indicating an affirmation couched in weary cynicism. The droid translated it roughly as, "Of course there are." Harinyar motioned for Yulee to continue. Sometimes there's an associated diarrhea, and very rarely it affects a patient's finger and toenails."
Yeah?
"Well, the nails sort of fall out."
Ooh.
"Oh, they grow back in a few months, good as new, and as I say, it is quite rare." The next comment was one Formio seemed reluctant at first to translate. When it did, Yulee had to hide a smile. He hadn't been aware that members of this species were so imaginative. "I understand this is distressing, but you can't leave the unit until you're better, and you can't go back to work until we are sure what you have isn't contagious." The Wookiee scowled. "Hey, I don't make the rules, I just work here. You have a complaint, take it up with the Emperor." Harinyar snarled an offensive remark concerning Palpatine's personal hygiene that Yulee was ready to swear brought a blush to Formio's Durasteel skin. Then the big Wook reluctantly conceded to the treatment. After finishing his rounds, Yulee went back to his office and looked at his calendar. Barring an emergency, he had nothing on his surgical schedule until tomorrow, and that was a routine triple bypass on a naval officer who was too fond of fats in his diet. The man was just a hair short of clinically obese, a kilo more, and he'd have to be put on medical waivers to continue serving. Given the nature of the war, that wouldn't surprise Yulee. The Empire's need for warm bodies in some arenas was critical, as he well knew. Short, tall, thin, fat, it didn't matter. They always needed more blaster fodder. He shrugged. Every time he thought about it, it made him angry. But his anger didn't matter. The war kept going. There were times when he thought he'd never get home again, that the war would never end, and that he'd die an old man on some pity-forsaken rock in the middle of nowhere, patching up the endless lines of wounded. If only there was something he could do to change it. Command Center, Overbridge, Death Star. Tarkin was pleased. As much as he distrusted Vader and his motives, the coming of the man in black had visibly improved functions wherever one looked. Nobody wanted to face the Sith Lord's wrath, and the best way to avoid that was to do one's job with the utmost efficiency. Vader was a catalyst. He caused reactions that went well beyond his personal sphere of influence, great as that was. The fear he inspired in others was far more than merely the sum of his various and sinister parts. Even Tarkin, a grand moth, had sensed it occasionally, like a whiff of ozone presaging an ion storm. It was odd, Tarkin reflected. His rational mind knew that Vader was only a maimed remnant of a man, sealed for the rest of his life in bio-support armor, a figure more to be pitied than anything else. But in person, the last thing he inspired was pity. Vader had power, and he knew how to use it, no matter if he was overseeing the scouring of a continent from the bridge of his Star Destroyer, or striking a man dead from across the room. Tarkin shook his head slightly. That which stays hidden and mysterious is always more intriguing than that which can be seen. He certainly couldn't compete with Vader on a physical level, nor did he wish to. But when this dream of his became cold Durasteel reality, Vader's vaunted flagship would be yesterday's hollows. Why waste time finding and incinerating rebel bases on various and sundry asteroids and moons, when, with a single command, he could see an entire planet decimated? And he would have that power very soon now. Repairs on the recent damage were well underway, and the crew chiefs, directing 3 shifts, reported that over the course of the next few months the original work schedule should be reclaimed. Tarkin had every hope that the 5th column activity had been scotched. Certainly, anyone who came under Vader's steely gaze, who had anything to do with it, would be removed forthwith from the playing board, permanently. This battle station would be built, and when it was done, it would be the ultimate power in the galaxy. 22. Machine Tool Storage Unit Alpha 4, polar orbit around Despair. Ratua had no specific plan as to how he would get from the orbiting warehouse to the battle station called the Death Star. But he wasn't stupid. The section in which he found himself was apparently dedicated mostly to replacement supplies for assorted kinds of mechanical devices. No kitchen stores and no weapons were apparent on his initial examination of the premises. Things didn't look particularly bright for his immediate future. Perhaps, though, Femme Fortune had decided at last that Selat Ratua Dil had suffered enough by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For 3 very good things happened to him within hours of slipping from the transport ship and into the warehouse. First, he practically tripped over a huge store of gas tanks, and among these were copious amounts of both oxygen and hydrogen. With 2 parts of the latter and 1 of the former, and a spark. No problem given all the gear available. He could produce pure water, which in a pinch could keep him alive without any food for weeks. Second, he found a locker full of vacuum suits, one of which fit him tolerably well, so that in the event the rumors were true, and the warehouses were periodically opened to the airlessness of space, to get rid of pests that had somehow managed to find their way within, he wouldn't freeze or suffocate to death. And third, He found a case of dehydrated Vulderanian grain flakes that had obviously been mislaid. It was stacked in a rack of machine tool parts. Add water, and, while it would probably not be the tastiest meal he had ever enjoyed, and would certainly grow quite monotonous over time, it would offer sustenance. So he had food and water, and he could breathe. Things could be a lot worse. After another day of cautious exploration, Ratua came across a crate containing a general service droid, and he marveled at his continuing good fortune. Long ago and far away, he had spent some quality time hiding out in a droid repair shop while avoiding the local authorities due to an unfortunate misunderstanding. After a few days with nothing better to occupy his time, Ratua had taught himself the basics of droid programming. Nothing fancy, but enough that he could upload simple instructions. And general service droids were often pressed into service as loaders. Now he had a plan. All he needed was an opportunity, which came a few days later, just after he had finished his preparations for it. How lucky was that? A troop of droids arrived on an unloaded cargo vessel. Seeing this from his hidden vantage point in a maintenance conduit, Ratua quickly activated his programmed droid and hurriedly donned his vac suit. Then he concealed himself in a packing crate, sealed the crate shut from inside, and waited. Now it was up to the droid. He'd programmed it to observe the loaders, see what stores they had come to acquire, and quickly mark the crate containing Ratua so that it appeared to contain the same items. Once this was done, the droid borrowed a null G platform and moved the crate onto the supply vessel. Nobody stopped it. There was no reason to do so. Even if there had been a living security agent on the cargo ship, a mechanical loading a crate of machine parts would be what he expected to see. And that's what he would see. And since nobody started yelling and trying to open the crate, Ratua felt fairly confident that his ruse had gone undiscovered. The hold was airless and unheated, but Ratua was protected in his suit, and he couldn't imagine the trip to the station would take more than a short time. If he'd guessed wrong, he would eventually run out of oxygen, but few things in life were without risk. And so he settled down to wait, willing himself into a quasi-dormant state so as to conserve air. After a few minutes, he felt the cargo ship stir to life and move, presumably away from the warehouse. Wherever he was going, he was on his way. Civilian transport vessel Port Minion, en route to the Horuz system. The viewports were opaqued, there being nothing to see but a kind of impressionistic, fuzzy strangeness. Mima had tried looking out into the higher dimensional realm early in the voyage, and had quickly realized that the resulting headache and nausea were not to her liking. Rhodo, who had undertaken more than a few FTL voyages, had warned her, but she'd had to check it out for herself. Mima Ruthis had never been one to take another's word for something when she could investigate herself, a trait, she reminded herself wryly, that had led to more than one headache over the years. The vessel, while not a first-class starliner, was comfortable enough. Small but decent cabins, 4 passengers to a unit. Aside from Rhodo, there were 2 other humans from Imperial Center in their cabin, both civilians contracted for troop services. One was a Corellian, who specialized in recreational gaming, the other a woman who was somewhat less forthcoming as to her origins, and exactly what her duties were to be. Nobody had told them about how long the trip would take or where it would wind up, but they had been cruising at superluminal speed for several days at least, so it had to be no small distance. Unless, of course, they were going around in circles or other random patterns to make it seem that way. Mima didn't seriously believe that, though. The Empire might be willing to expend drive fuel and pilot pay to confuse high-ranking officials or important civilian clients, but a tavern keeper, a bouncer, a gamer, and a dancer? She doubted it. And when all was said and done, it didn't really matter, did it? She was going somewhere, and when she got there, she'd be running a new place and getting paid pretty well for it. Things could be worse. Things could be, and had been, a lot worse. At least no one was likely to burn down a tavern run by the Empire. 23. SSD Devastator, Polar Orbit, Despair. Darth Vader emerged from his hyperbaric chamber, refreshed, insofar as the word had meaning for him. He had been thinking about the incidents that had impeded construction of the battle station, and they seemed to him to be ill-formed and poorly operated. This surprised him somewhat, as he considered the Alliance more of a threat than even the Emperor did. That said, he knew that the rebel network, like any large group, mostly comprised those who were at best adequate to the jobs with which they had been tasked. There were always a few who were adept, even brilliant, of course, and Vader was sure there were those among the rebels who qualified for that description. Those were the ones to be concerned about, for they would fight to the last breath. Some of the Jedi had gone down very hard. The Emperor's visage itself was testament to that. Before Vader had himself been transformed, he'd watched Mace Windu inflict ghastly injury upon his master. Had that been a test, as Vader suspected, to see if Anakin Skywalker would commit himself to the Sith Lord's cause? Had Darth Sidious been in control the entire time, only pretending to be losing, and willing to absorb such malevolent energies purely to make a point? If so, it had been a heavy price for his master to pay to learn what he'd needed to learn. But, be all that as it might, there was no Yoda, no Mace Windu leading this insurgency. No one who shone so brightly in the Force that Vader could not miss him. What few Jedi might be left in the galaxy had nothing to do with this latest attack. He would tell Tarkin as much. The cadaverous administrator had little imagination, but he was doggedly methodical, give him that. He could keep things on track. The project was not slowed so much that it needed Vader's personal attention toward its completion. He had come to see what he needed to see, had corrected the problem he had found, and now it was time to move on to other, weightier matters. There was a war being waged, after all. In the hallway outside his suite, Vader found a captain.
Find the Admiral and tell him we are leaving within the hour.
The captain saluted. Yes, my lord. He hurried away. Vader entered the suite. It was well appointed, but scarcely luxurious. It had been many years since he had taken notice of such things. He moved to the comm station to contact Tarkin and tell him he was done here. With any luck at all, Vader told himself, he would not have to return until the battle station was finished. Guard Post, Slashtown Prison Colony, Despair. Say again? Sergeant Nova Steele asked. Pack, Sergeant, the Lute said. You were being transferred. To where? Not that he cared overmuch. After all, one place on this pestilent world was as good, or bad, as another. But to his surprise, the lieutenant pointed at the ceiling. To that pile of I-beams and Durasteel plate in the sky? Nova blinked. To the Death Star. Why? The lieutenant sighed. These insignia look like a Moff's rankings to you? He gestured at his uniform. Not yours to reason why, Steele. Yours is only to do and die. There's a shuttle leaving at midday. Your orders are to be on it, and so shall you be. Kiss your favorite prisoners goodbye and stuff your duffel. Nova shook his head in disbelief. This makes no kind of sense. I'm doing good work here. Since I started the lessons, murders and general population violence have been down by 12%. Yeah, we're all going to miss watching you, Sarge, but the military wants you there and not here, so there you will go. Nova shrugged. No way to argue against that. Orders were orders. In his room, he was able to pack his gear in half an hour. It wasn't like he'd been able to put down deep roots or anything. He'd supposed he would be moving on at some point, but he hadn't ever really considered it all that much. And now here it was, and when he got right down to it, what difference did it make? Watching convicts here or working a brig on the station, same difference. He'd miss the open air and sunshine, and the very few folks, either prisoners or guards, whom he thought of as friends. But he could work out anywhere he had a space big enough to lie down in, and he'd always been able to make new friends. Nova looked around. It was just a place. He'd spent some time here, now he was leaving. Such was life. If he'd learned nothing else from his studies, it was that one went with the flow. He wondered what kind of duty he'd be assigned on the station. Perhaps he'd contact a few people who owed him, try to find out. Forewarned was forearmed, after all. 24. Machine Tool Storage Unit Alpha 4, Cargo Transport KJB-87, approaching the Death Star. The smart thing for Ratchua to do would be to stay in his crate until it was offloaded and safely in a storage area somewhere. But after a couple of hours, he couldn't stand the cramped monotony anymore, and so he undogged the hatch and cautiously emerged. Save for the droids, which were all powered down for the flight, he was alone. The ship was on programmed remote control, so it was no risk at all for him to peep through a viewport to see what was out there. He'd heard about the battle station, of course, even observed it once or twice through a dioptric scope he'd managed to scrounge from a guard. But he wasn't prepared for this. Though only about half finished, the Death Star still loomed like a skeletal monster. He had no idea how far away it was. The lack of an atmosphere to blur distant objects rendered it stark and vivid, seemingly close enough to touch. The scale was unbelievable, and he wouldn't have been able to tell how large it truly was, save for the star destroyers and massive cargo ships that hung about the construction site, looking like so many children's toys compared with the station itself. Amazing. Ratchua thought, should be no trouble at all finding places to get lost in on something that size. He went back to his crate, latched himself back in, and began masticating some grain flakes. Civilian transport vessel Port Minion, approaching the Death Star. Rodo whistled. "Check it out," he said. Mima moved to stand next to the much taller human. "Whoa! Big solder," Rodo agreed. He pointed. "That's a Star Destroyer moving off over there, see?" "What is it? Some kind of troop transport?" Rodo shook his head. "Battle station's my guess. Too big for a troop carrier. You could probably stuff a couple million stormtroopers into that thing with room left over for a fleet of battleships once they get it done. More than you'd need for any one rebel outpost." "But why is it so big?" He shrugged. "Dunno. I'd guess it packs a load of firepower." "You think that's where we're going?" "Bet big credits to Boyle's Chork it is." Mima stared at the huge, unfinished spheroid, already bristling with armament. Once completed, it would probably be able to blow ships, asteroids, maybe even entire moons into cosmic gravel. She felt her lekku bristle in nervous anticipation. Well, she'd hoped for a locale in which to ply her trade that would be safe, hadn't she? "Be careful what you wish for," she murmured. Rodo glanced at her but said nothing. The station, already huge, kept growing larger as the transport approached. Military shuttle NGC-1710, approaching the Death Star. Nova had seen the holo recordings, but they didn't even begin to give you the real scope of the construction site. The blasted thing was huge, big as a moon. He'd heard the scut, naturally. The military combine was hot with it. The Death Star was going to carry an armada of ships. It would have more guns than an Imperial fleet. There were super-secret weapons that could pop Star Destroyers like soap bubbles, burn a continent down to the bedrock, trigger solar flares, and so forth. But he'd figured most of that for jawwag that wasn't worth the air it took to repeat it. Now, however, seeing the place as the shuttle drew nearer, he revised his opinion. No way the Empire would spend this kind of effort and money if this thing didn't have a big trick it could pull off. One thing for sure, it promised to be far more exciting than herding prisoners around on a tropical pest hole like Despair. It looked like interesting times lay ahead. 25. Civilian transport vessel Nordius, approaching Hangar Bay 1271, Death Star. Commander Atur Wrighton, a rank that meant less than nothing to him, leaned back in his seat and looked at the viewer inset into the bulkhead next to him. My, he thought, it certainly is big. Of course, he had known that. Despite all the secrecy concerning the project, and even though he had not been cleared to top levels by the Empire, he had known that. One did not spend 40 years working for the Library Galactica without figuring how to read between the lines. So yes, this battle station was huge. He had known it intellectually, but the reality of being able to see it with references that gave one an idea of its size was something else entirely. There were only a dozen or so sections of it finished enough for normal habitation, but even those portions were exceedingly large. Auteur mentally shrugged. It didn't matter how big the thing was, only that the library inside it was worthwhile. And this one certainly was, if what he had been told was true. It wasn't as large and encompassing as, say, Imperial Center, Maine, but it was much more complete than many planetary libraries, or at least it would be when he got done with it.
Big sucker, isn't it?
The man sitting next to him was some kind of construction worker, a contractor who specialized in magnetic containment vessels, a subject that had come perilously close during the course of the flight up to breaking Auteur's belief that nothing was boring, provided the person speaking of it understood it properly. Flux, Gauss, M-particle, and graviton shifts. Even with his not inconsiderable general knowledge, those technical details were but mildly interesting at best. Still, Auteur Wrighton believed firmly that there was no excuse for discourtesy, and so he nodded. Indeed. Unfortunately, this was taken as encouragement by his seatmate to launch into an enthusiastic description of the power requirements in megajoules that it took to run such a huge station. Auteur let him babble on while he waited for the docking procedure to begin, and considered the vagaries of fate that had led him here so late in life. That the library was a potentially good one had been an unexpected bonus, because he had not been posted here as any sort of reward. He'd been shunted off into this world-forsaken assignment as a way of getting rid of him, at least in a manner of speaking. It had been, in a sense, his own fault. Auteur Wrighton was admittedly not always circumspect when it came to controversial subjects, politics, government, personal relationships, and there were a fair number of people who hated to suffer his opinions as a result. Fortunately for him, those with enough power to have him killed with a snap of their fingers seldom had pristine pasts. Archivists, as a rule, knew how to dig into databanks and find just about anything, including bodies thought safely long buried. And old and smart archivists knew how to rig dead man switches so that if they themselves suddenly died, no matter how natural it might seem, the locations of those bodies, many, many bodies, would come to light. Sometimes they literally were bodies. Mostly, they were bits of damaging, often illegal information that would cause much consternation in high levels of government should they pop up on the daily holonews. There were a whole lot of people who did not want that to happen, and some of them were passing smart enough to at least realize that promoting Auteur Wrighton to commander and shuffling him off into the middle of nowhere to run a military library and archive was a lot safer than deleting him. And so it had come to pass. Truth to tell, he wasn't that unhappy about the solution they'd found. His glory days of revamping and innovation were behind him. Weeks where he could stay awake and alert for 3 or 4 sleep cycles and burn in a work fever were long past. He could still put together a top-rack system as well as anyone. False modesty aside, better than most. But these years, it took longer than once it had. He was much nearer the end of his road than the beginning. And all in all, he had few regrets. He sighed softly. Long had he been a thorn in the foot of whoever was in power. This latest shift didn't really matter all that much. Republic, Empire, it was 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. It meant little to the average person struggling to make a life. Either form of government could make the maglevs run on time, and both stepped on individual rights far more than they should. As far as Auteur was concerned, the best government was that which governed least. Something a step or two above anarchy would be ideal. Now there was a power-hungry emperor running things. Both history and personal experience had taught Atur that in as little as a few years, or as much as a few centuries, there would come evolution or revolution, and this too would pass. The new rulers would start out full of promise and hope and good intentions, and gradually settle into mediocrity. A benevolent but inept king was as bad as a despot. The warning bell chimed, and the pilot's voxcast said, "Attention all passengers, docking will be complete in 5 minutes. Please check and make sure you have all your belongings before debarkation." Atur Righton chuckled softly. There was a word you didn't hear that often. Debark, from Old Low Frussoise, meaning to leave a small sailing ship's secondary boat. Who on board knew that, save for himself and perhaps the pilot? Probably no one, and probably no one cared in the least. When you got to be Atur's age, you had to take your amusements where you could, especially with the seatmate nattering on and on about hypermatter reactions. Mid-level cantina, Deck 69, Sector N1, Death Star. The size of the station was mind-boggling. Mima still couldn't get her head around it. Her tiny part of it, which was to become a working cantina, was half again as large as the place that had burned to the pavement back in the underground, and she had been given more or less a free hand to furnish and run it. At least, so far. She'd been assured that as long as she didn't go crazy and try to outfit the place with platinum draw taps or the like, the Empire would cover the cost. If she kept getting news like that, she might just have to revise her opinion of the new regime. Rhodo drifted past the desk where she sat working up an order form for refreshments and intoxicants. If there was a fermented, brewed, or distilled spirit that wasn't in stock, she had yet to learn of it. There were beers, ales, wines, liquors, malts, brandies, both generic and brand-named. The legally allowed chemicals that could be eaten, inhaled, dermed, or otherwise taken were likewise available across the board. All she had to do was tick it off on the complex imperial order form and then wait for delivery. It was apparent that whoever had set this station up had planned ahead for such things. She looked up from her chore at Rhodo. "What?" "Contractor's on his way to install the tables and chairs. He says it's a 2-day job, tops." "Yeah, right, and the Emperor's packing a lightsaber." "Apparently there was a recent visit from the Emperor's favorite envoy." He cupped his hands over his mouth and did a creditable impression of Darth Vader's respirator sound. "Since he left, things have run very smoothly. I believe the contractor is sincere." The comm on the computer blipped. Mima answered it. "Yes?" "Mima Ruthus, please." "Speaking. This is the scheduling droid for Sector Medical. When might it be convenient for you to meet with one of our doctors to complete your physical examination for pre-admission to the station? I hate to point this out, but I arrived here some days past. Besides, they gave me the standard once-over before I dusted despair." The droid politely acknowledged the error, citing short-handedness and overscheduling problems. Nevertheless, a physical was required SOP. Mima could see that she wasn't going to get out of it. The droid was firm and non-yielding, as only a machine could be. She acquiesced to the following day at 1100 hours. "You are scheduled to see Captain Dr. Divini. Please bring any medical records you have with you. Do you need a reminder call on the morning shift?" "No, I can remember that far in advance, thank you." She shut off the comm and looked at Rhodo. He gave her another shrug. "I went yesterday. Apparently I am not a carrier of any transmittable diseases and thus am deemed fit for habitation." "Well, if I were Sangy Fever Sal, this would be a day late and a dozen credits short," Mima said. "I could have infected hundreds of people by now. There'd be bodies dropping like brindlebugs in the hot sun." "The Empire grinds slow but fine," Rhodo said. "And they did check everybody before we got on the transport dirt side like you said, so why do it again? There's no chance of catching something on the way up." "That's the government. Everything and everyone gets shunted through the Department of Redundancy department." Mima looked back at the requisition form. "So tomorrow I'll go get thumped and probed by the medics. See if you can't get the guy doing the exhaust fans and baffles in here while I'm gone too, okay?" Rhodo nodded, but somewhat absently. His mind was obviously otherwise occupied. Mima thought about asking him what he was chewing over, but decided not to. When he was ready, he'd mention it. In the meantime, she had a choice to make: Corellian ale or Zabrak ferment.